UFOs, trans-dimensional portals, and secret Mormon handshakes. Carl the Crusher has seen them all. But who is Carl the Crusher? Once a devout Mormon from Southeast Idaho, Carl Andreasen is now one of the most talked about names in paranormal research. Carl claims a traumatic close encounter with an otherworldly creature as a child changed him forever. He left the church, set out on a path to discover what else might be lurking beyond our understanding, and he built an online following of over 3.2 million in the process. His investigations have taken him everywhere, from the mysterious Mount Wilson to clandestine government facilities. Working with billionaire Brandon Fugal and his team, he's helped push boundaries of UFO and paranormal research, even landing appearances on the History Channel. On this episode of The Mike Busey Show, Mike sits down with his friend Carl the Crusher to talk about Skinwalker Ranch, what the government is keeping secret about UFOs, and how Carl believes we're closer than ever to proving we're not alone.
I'm back to butt fuck the podcast game up, and we could not do it without our friends at hornblasters.com. Don't blow your temper, blow your horns. Use the promo code Busey at hornblasters.com. Without them, I don't know what I do. My friend Matt Heller is the most amazing motherfucker. You're supporting a small business, and let's be honest, we've all had a little road rage. You want to pull your gun out and just fucking murk somebody on the fucking highway? Well, with the Horn Blasters kit, you can hit them with a fucking loud-ass train horn, scare the living shit out of them, and just drive away with a goddamn smile on your face. So go to hornblasters.com right now, get yourself a train horn kit, and use the promo code Busey. You'll thank me later.
Welcome to the Sausage Castle, the wildest home in America. A private 80-acre estate located only minutes from Walt Disney World, just outside of Orlando, Florida. The home of the party legend and self-made entertainment entrepreneur Mike Busey, who has hosted the wildest and craziest parties and events for the last 20 plus years. You have seen us featured on Netflix, TMZ, MTV, Vice, and much more. A second home to many of the biggest entertainers, athletes, and rock stars in the business. You never know who will show up. A place to play, work, and create. Countless movies, TV shows, and music videos have been produced and filmed at the Sausage Castle. This 80-acre entertainment complex has anything and everything you could imagine. Endless fun and wild activities to enjoy. This is the ultimate Florida experience, and it's always a good vibe. It's like an adult summer camp where the pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness is alive and well. Come experience it yourself. Become a member of MikeBusey.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, or whatever the fuck you identify as, my name is Mike Busey, but you already knew that. Welcome to the Mike Busey Show podcast. Today, folks, I hope you're ready to go deep. Get your waders out, get your popcorn, your 3D glasses, get your hot, horny throats ready to, well, shit's gonna get deep, real fucking deep. Go ahead and run in the kitchen while you got time. Get the whole goddamn tin foil and make you a big ass hat. Because today I have the pleasure to have a guest. He's come all the way from Utah. He's an adventurer, an explorer, a researcher, a filmmaker, a truth seeker. He has over 3 million subscribers on YouTube and hundreds and thousands on Instagram. And he's an experiencer. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Carl Crusher.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate you having me here, man. Your house is awesome. Your whole property and everything. It's been so cool being here.
Thank you, man. We've been talking for a while on the gram. Yeah. I've been sending you little flirtatious, like, hey, come on my podcast. And I've been sending you little horny alien emojis, and I haven't really, but I just made that up. But we've been talking for a while, and of all the people that I've been reaching out to, and I've been reaching out to people from every walk of life, and on this new format of the podcast, bringing in guests, I wanted to make sure I brought in guests that I was personally excited about and personally was interested in, and you are definitely one of them. You, well, this just a fair warning, folks. If you just started listening, this might be the longest podcast in the history of podcast. I hope Chris and Miguel brought their fucking slumber party package, because we've got a lot of things to get into, a lot of things to cover. I don't really know where to start on this, because what we're about to do is just jump right in to some of the, well, as of recently, some of the hottest talk online and in the news. And personally, some things I've been following for a while, and that is the ranches over there. Skinwalker Ranch, which by now, if you've been listening to my podcast, you've heard me go on rants with Miguel about it. And while watching Skinwalker Ranch, there was another show called Beyond Skinwalker Ranch, and that's how I became aware of Mount Wilson.
Yeah.
And that's where you come in. But before we get into all that, tell me a little bit about yourself. You're from Idaho.
Yeah. So I was born in Idaho in a really small town called Sugar City, and it was literally named after sugar beet farming. So when I went out like on my front porch, it was just nothing but
Skittles,
potato fields and sugar beets. Yeah.
I love sugar.
Yeah, I was in the middle of nowhere, like just raised in a very kind of doomsday version of Mormonism, very conservative, brought up in that, and very isolated. And so some of the experiences that I had as a child really didn't jive with that. It didn't mesh or fit in with my religious upbringing, and the answers that I was getting from all that were difficult for me too. But yeah, I was raised in Southeast Idaho in a really small, very highly religious community.
So we got Idaho and Mormonism.
Yeah.
Not exactly the recipe for fun and excitement. Can you give everyone kind of like the quick elevator pitch of what Mormonism is for those who aren't religious scholars who are tuning in with us right now?
Well, I'm no longer a member of the church anymore, so I kind of excommunicated myself. They say remove your records from the church. I did that about 8 years ago.
Do they really remove the records? Like, is there
yeah,
records?
you have to. Like, if you don't write in and have...
Is there like a live like group chat? josephsmith.com fucking...
They're all over social media now. They consider the internet as part of their version of proselytizing. So I actually served a 2-year mission for the church in Arkansas and everything. But as I got older and I got into studying ancient history and all the artifacts and the petroglyphs, a lot of that didn't fit, with the Book of Mormon and the history that Mormonism tried to portray for America. Because the Book of Mormon that they have is like a companion to the Bible. They consider it like what was going on here in America while the events of the Bible were taking place.
It's kind of like the Battle of Endor is to Star Wars. It's
right.
Like a little side story.
Yeah, it's like a parallel story. So it's like, well, all this stuff was going on over in Jerusalem. What was happening over here in the Americas? And that's what the story of the Book of Mormon is. But the problem is, when you get into actual archaeology and you get into ancient history and those cultures, it's way more closely resembles like ancient alien stuff, and the Hopi and the Navajo legends are way more mystical and spiritual in that tone, and it doesn't quite fit in with the sort of Freemasonry corporate America version that Mormonism brings to the table.
So where did Mormonism, most of I think one things that most people know of is they get pretty excited. I mean, personally, I fucking love hearing tell me more about this polygamy stuff. I'm listening. I'm all ears. Like multiple wives is that like a thing that they all practice, or?
Yeah, it's actually in the scriptures and what they call the Doctrine and Covenants as a requirement that if you're going to go to the highest degree of the level of heaven, of the celestial kingdom, you have to practice polygamy.
So whoever has the most bitches on earth gets the most bitches in heaven?
Not necessarily, because the church doesn't practice polygamy anymore. It's just like the splinter group fundamentalists now. But all Mormons, technically, at a fundamentalist level, believe that when you go to heaven, you're going to have multiple wives. Yeah. But
I had a good friend in high school. His name was Nathan Pratt, and his father was a doctor, and he was doing pretty well for himself, and well mannered, very solid in his morals, individual. And I remember you know, we talk about, oh, you're graduating, where are you going to go to college? And he's like, I got to go on my mission. And I'm like, mission? And I remember, I think it was like the second or third time he told me.
Yeah.
I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? What mission? Like, you went on a missions trip? He's like, well, you know.
Yeah.
So tell me, like, what in Mormonism, what do you have to do? Explain to me what a mission is.
Yeah, so you basically don't even get to pick where you're going or any of that. You fill out paperwork.
It's like the Mormon recruiter. You're
Get your
like, hey,
immunizations.
Kid, how many bitches do you want? Sign right here.
Right.
We're going to put you on a plane and send you a jungle somewhere.
They could have, yeah. Like my oldest brother went to Santiago, Chile. My second oldest went to Los Angeles. My brother Damon, just older than me, he went to North Carolina, and I went to Arkansas.
Is it like being a veteran? Do you get to like brag? Like, yeah.
No, it's more just like
down in Nam.
Everybody's supposed. It is, yeah. Well,
Spread
that
the
is depending
gospel.
on where you go. It's like if you go stateside and you don't learn another language, it's like, like that's an easy mission. If you go foreign, then you go in the training center and you have to learn a whole other language, and then you're shipped off to like I have friends that went to the Philippines and everything, and they had to learn the language.
So when you say mission, is the mission to spread the gospel?
Yeah, 24/7. All you do is think about the Bible, the Book of Mormon, the story of the church, and all that. And you go out. You're like basically put in a community. So I got a letter
with other
in the mail.
Mormons, or
yeah. So I didn't even pick who I was with. So I show up in Arkansas. I get off the plane. A bus picks me up, like a van picks me up. I have my luggage. I go to this like house in Arkansas, and then they assign me someone, and I basically get in the car with him and this other guy I don't know, and we drive off to Morrilton, Arkansas. I go into this little apartment, and they're like, "That's where you're sleeping over there."
Welcome to MTV's Mormon
Dude,
Real
you're
World.
not even allowed to sleep.
We
in
put
separate
12 Mormons in a house that don't know each other and watch these co-eds battle it out for the Book of Mormon.
And then you're in a community. Like I was in, like my first area was Morrilton, Arkansas, and then it's like you and this other dude you've never met. You wake up the next morning and you like say your prayers together. You read the scriptures together. You become friends. You go out the front door and you just start knocking doors, talking to people.
So it's got a lot of like
community
Jehovah's
service.
Witness type of vibes.
Totally, yeah. Going into people's
You ever
houses.
get like in bike beefs, like,
Yeah,
hey, get off our block, kid.
Yeah. No, we had preachers literally pull up in their trucks and throw stuff at us and come and yell at us and tell us to get out of their neighborhood. Like Arkansas was down in the Bible Belt. I got shot at, all kinds of stuff.
Really?
Oh, yeah, yeah. I had to hide behind a tree, and this guy came out in his robe all naked and shooting guns at
Get
us.
your goddamn Mormonism out of my Arkansas.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see that getting pretty heated.
Yeah, it was pretty wild. And we'd get back into areas where, like, I was in my second area, like, I probably went like 3 months, and it was coming from Sugar City, Idaho. It was the first time I'd ever even like been around people of other color or different faiths or anything. So it was totally like going to another country for me. It took me like 3 weeks to even understand what the hell people were saying. It was like, we're going to go down here, Piggly Wiggly, and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, what the fuck? You know, like I had no idea what anybody was talking. It took me forever, like, to catch up.
You're like, hey man, listen, don't shoot. I'm just trying to get my fucking my fucking my bitches in heaven and shit. You know, I'm trying to elevate my Mormonism. I'm trying to get to the next level. Like, so you're saying there's levels? Like, did you get like?
Yeah, there's different degrees of glory. That's some of the things that we teach.
So that's what it's called, different degrees of glory.
Yeah. So since I've left the church and I've like excommunicated myself, now I'm going to go to outer darkness because I'm a son of perdition. So
Ooh.
I've left the faith.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah. So I can't be with my family in heaven or anybody.
So
none of my
do they
my
excommunicate
kids.
you, like family members and friends, or?
You know, my family's like they're really cool about it. Like I'm kind of the problem because I'm a nonconformist now. So like with my family and everything, a lot of times I'm like, it's hard for me to go home because when I go in there and there's pictures of like Joseph Smith on the wall and everything, I'm like, dude's a pedo. Like I don't like going in there like with pictures of child traffickers and people that did slave trading and things like
That'll kill the moral compass vibe for sure.
Yeah, like Brigham Young for like a decade was straight up involved with this the Ute chief Wakara, and they were slave trading kids, like Navajo kids. They would go down to Lake Powell, kidnap kids, and come up and sell them to the Mormons and stuff. Most Mormons don't know that. So
I knew this whole Mormonism was too good to be true.
Right.
I got all excited. Now you're really killing my Mormon boner,
well,
Carl.
it killed mine. So I was like, "Boo, I got to get out." Right.
So at what age did you leave?
This was literally like I woke up out of it probably 9 years ago, and when my dad was dying of dementia. And I started, like, I was getting into all this ancient history stuff, you know. And then went through a divorce and all that. And
So
in the middle
you were
of all
married
that.
20 years.
Yeah.
And was that like while you were was this one of your Mormon wives? Like, is this one of these, like, you met her on a mission
She would have
trip?
been my first. No, so I did meet her at church, though.
Like Dairy Queen, like after after a sermon, y'all went out the little, like, they had like a whole Mormon chaperone.
We got married in the temple in like a totally entrenched Freemason ritual with the whole Mormon garb on, with the garments. I had the Freemason, like a green robe on with a hat and this whole
Y'all had some fancy
occult
uniforms.
ritual
All right, I'm
garb
back
and
in. I'm
everything.
back in. I'm listening. I'm
Yeah,
listening.
and she had the whole thing on too. You go kneel over an altar and do the secret handshakes and everything.
What's the secret Mormon handshake? Can you show me?
Yeah, the first one. I'm gonna go to hell for this, right?
Oh, is this like super? Is this super blasphemous?
This is, yeah.
Oh, all right. Well,
The first one, you just put thumbs over the first knuckle like that, and then there's like a whole code, passwords and stuff, like secret things that you say to each
Really?
other like that, and then it's over the second knuckle this way, like that, and then the next one is you just put your hand like that, and then I put you just go straight, and then I go where the nail went through Jesus's palm here.
now you're dragging Jesus into this shit. All right, I'm listening.
The last one is you interlock your pinkies, and then you put your forefinger right where the other nail went through the wrist of Christ.
Oh,
right
wow.
there. But then you do all these other things.
That's like a Snoop Dogg
Dude, it's like
backstage
totally like, yeah, it is.
backstage ritual, I think.
For Mormons, it is. You literally do that with God when you die.
Did I
You
just
give him the
did I
game.
just join the Mormon Crips just now?
You learned all the
started
secrets.
crip walking and you
Mike
started
Busey.
finger banging the shit out of my palms.
So now we can get into heaven because when God's like, no, you can't come in, you can be like, dude, I know the gang signs.
All 12 of my Mormon followers just unfollowed me.
They did. They're super. I'm telling you, every Mormon
Really?
just
It's
clicked
like
off
that?
right now.
Wow.
They all left.
Holy shit.
Except the cool ones who are questioning, and stick around. You might learn something, guys.
Instead of God damn it, do you just say Joseph Smith damn it?
No, Mormons are like, fudge. Frick.
So, all right. So you're born into Mormonism. You're living in Idaho.
Yeah.
Then you go to Arkansas for your mission trip. Was there an exact mission? Like, was there?
So it was the Little Rock, Arkansas mission, which was like almost the whole state of Arkansas.
Were you stocking the Walmart shelves or something? That's like the home of Walmart.
No, but we did go into Walmart to try and like talk to people. Like I'd go over by the fishing gear and I'd be like, "Where do you go fishing around here?" And they're like, "Oh, where are you from?" I'm like, "I'm from Idaho."
You just open up a trench coat.
Yeah.
You got all these like, "Hey boy, you want to try these lures over here? I'll take you fishing right now. I got a nice little hole right down the street."
Yeah, anywhere.
So were you in the Ozarks?
Our mission didn't go up into the northern half of Arkansas. It was like all the southern half and then half of Tennessee. Like I spent time over in Forest City, right by Memphis, and went over to Memphis, and
That's where you learned all the gang.
I was in
symbols.
Little Rock, and yeah, I learned the gang signs in the Idaho Falls Temple.
Screaming north, Project Pat, and
Yeah.
3-6 Mafia. I know how y'all Memphis motherfuckers be getting down. So, divorce.
Yeah.
How long have you been divorced for?
It's going on 3 years now. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And can we touch on like what happened? Was she couldn't get the goddamn crip walk fucking Mormon handshake down, and you had to like banish her from your kingdom, or what?
She has her own story and her own reasons. For me, it was just like,
Oh, that's the lawyers stepping in right there.
right? Yeah, for me,
Carl Crusher's lawyers would like to say at this moment.
yeah. 20 years of marriage and 3 kids. I was just like all in, all the way, like monogamous. And she just
Did you lose your virginity to her?
yeah, she's the only girl I
shit!
ever
Now we're
slept with. That was
getting
it.
cooking.
Yeah.
We got so much to talk about. But I'm just sliding right in there. Right? I see Miguel looking at me like, all right, Mike, come on now, because we ain't even touched anything yet. I'm telling you. So hold on.
So yeah,
of all the things we're about to talk about today,
I went on the mission
somehow
and
I'm going to
everything
be
virgin
complex by this. So you were a virgin
till 21.
till 20. Me too.
Yeah, bro.
Oh man. So what's this like soaking thing about? I hear on the
that
Mormon
came
streets?
after. My era was all the dry humping era. So
what is soaking to the Mormon world?
soaking is just when you penetrate but don't move around.
What?
You literally lay on top of each
Marinating?
other and don't
You're marinating your wieners?
Just marinate.
Mormon marinating wieners.
You just soak it. I don't know. To me, I don't see how.
So the Joseph Smith was like, "Hey, y'all can penetrate, but don't be gyrating when you do it."
Well, Joseph Smith, I mean, he was doing all kinds of stuff out in the barn and all kinds of things like behind it. He like married 32 other women behind his wife's back before he married her in the religion too. Like he was married to his wife, and then did like religious marriages to like 30 other women, and then his first wife, and then told her. Some of them were pregnant women.
Would be high in Memphis. Like, hey, player.
Some of them
trying
were
to get a bunch of wives.
There's like a couple.
Come over here. I got you.
14-year-olds and 16-year-old. Yeah, dude. No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, yeah.
Like the babysitter shit. Like it's not good.
Yeah, not good.
Yeah. So when I learned all that, that's when I'm like, I'm out. You're like, I can't be a part of it. I don't want to support it. I was embarrassed of my mission and like going around and teaching about Joseph Smith.
So did you wait for your actual marriage? Like after you did all the crazy garbs and the fancy outfits, then you.
So yeah, I went through the temple and learned all the gang signs, handshakes, and all that stuff.
Now, did you do any type of? Did you do any prep before? Like, did you go behind the barn with fucking Joseph Habakkuk and fucking bang one out real quick?
I never did anything, dude. I was such a good kid, dude. Wow. I like
no head, no nothing,
other than
no
like
finger stank.
No, dude, I did nothing. I kissed a couple girls and things and made out a few times.
Blasphemy!
I didn't even do the dry humping. I was a good boy, dude. The most I did was like there was one time when my friend Jeff came over and he was like, "You gotta follow me," and he was on his bike and I was like, "What are we doing?"
We're gonna go dry hump this girl behind a tree.
I got on my bike and I followed him across town and we went. What's up, Jeff? We went under this bridge and there was just boxes of porno mags under there. And
Hell yeah!
And every kid in town was.
I think I know Jeff.
Was under there.
I think I hung out with Jeff too.
Yeah, but that's like
I used to bury my porns in a trash bag out in the forest, and I had to bury them and rebury them every time I got done.
That was the 90s, yes.
Yeah, man, good old days before internet, and that's crazy. So, virgin, got married, then 20 years. Like,
I mean, you're so in your head, man. You're like feeling guilty about your own thoughts, dude. Like they embed into your mind by the time you're 8 years old that like. The Holy Ghost is inside you, and He can read your mind and your thoughts, and He knows your feelings. I have
similar stories with that.
If you even think something bad, or if you think anything negative about the church or Joseph Smith, it's like God's like, "See ya," and He like nopes out, and then all of a sudden you're alone. That's what they teach you.
I used to have this Christian journal. I forget what it was called. It had a term like not like a diary, but like it was something to where you would write in, and it was a devotional. Devotionals.
Yeah.
And I'd feel like I was like lost at sea, like day 13, I haven't touched my wiener. I'm feeling strong, but I'm also feeling weak.
That's a lot of Mormonism.
Day 32,
yeah.
I have backslid. I beat the shit out of my
now
dick.
They're all come back on me.
And then I felt guilty. I was like, I'd look at them like, is guy watching me beat my dick? I started feeling guilty.
Yeah.
So like, what made you leave the church? Wasn't there an exact moment that you were like, I can't do this no more?
Yeah, for me it was when I came across all of the historical information that didn't mesh about like all the writings and the talks that Brigham Young was giving back in his day, when I uncovered all the human trafficking that he was involved in and the child slave trading and things.
So you were doing research at a young age and fact checking things, and
well, this was probably just 8-9 years ago when I got into that. But when I was a kid, like when I first started having questions about the church was like my initial experiences, like when I was had paranormal issues and stuff in my house that didn't fit, because I would go try to talk to my mom or church leaders and tell them a little bit about it, and they would just tell me that I was doing something wrong. And so I'm like, oh, I touched myself again. So now like a demon's going to come back and get me. But
so speaking of doing things wrong, do you ever feel bad for spreading Mormonism to rednecks in Walmart?
I do. In fact, the one lady that I taught and baptized, I'm still friends with her and have apologized to her.
Call them up like, hey man, I was just joking, dog.
Yeah.
I was young and dumb.
Yeah.
I know I showed you the Mormon crip walk handshake.
I did.
But please just come on back. I'll give you 4 new free lures and I'll show you my secret bass hole.
Yeah. No, yeah, the ones that I actually really connected with and baptized, you form relationships with, and they're like, you help them, bring them into the church and everything. And I did feel responsible, and I did go back through a lot of people that I taught, a lot of people that I was very adamant to and talked about the church to. I went back and basically said I was wrong, and you
just went on your contacts, typed in Mormon convert, and then you just started mass text messaging them,
right?
Know? So, we got like a lot of stuff to talk about.
Yeah.
And was fucking Miguel's feeding me a note. Who's this naked guy that who shot at you at night? What's that about?
Oh yeah. So as the Mormon missionary, the naked guy in Arkansas that shot at us was a total misunderstanding, honestly.
Hold on. Time out. So the naked guy who shot at you for spreading Mormonism at night was a misunderstanding?
Yeah.
Please, do tell.
So this was, again, some of it was our fault, being naive. Like, we're down there in Arkansas, and like it's around Christmas time, so we're like, we're going to go around and leave people presents at their front door. So we're like going to go up and put presents at their front door, and then we'll knock, and then we'll run and hide and watch them come out and get presents from the Mormon missionaries. And inside those presents in the gift bag will be like a Book of Mormon and things with our number to call us.
Did you just ding dong ditch and Mormon? Did you do the Mormon ding dong ditch?
Yeah.
Is that what you did?
We ding dong ditched. And the plan was when they would look around and be like, hey, we'd be like, hi, and step out and then go talk to him. And it worked a lot until dude came out and shot at us. He literally swung the door open. We knocked and ran. And he like must have looked out the peephole or the window and didn't see the presents or anything. Had a bad past or people looking for him or something. So he just swung the door open with his robe on, just his bathrobe and nothing else. And just from behind his robe comes like a 9mm. And he was just like, pow, 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 across the parking lot. And I just jumped behind a tree and like stood like this. And my mission companion, he was like jumped behind a car. And then we stood there. And when the shooting stopped, like he was like, get the fuck out of here. Who the fuck are you? Like that. And I just like was sitting there and I kind of started laughing. I was like, holy shit. I immediately thought I can't wait to tell my friends what happened.
I can't die. I've only fucked
cool.
one girl my whole life.
Yeah.
I got to get home.
Cool actually happened. I got a story to tell. Yeah.
Yeah. So ladies and gentlemen, let that be a lesson to you. Don't be Mormon ding dong ditching in the streets of Arkansas. You might get that smoke.
Yeah.
Playa.
We just had to step out. I just stepped out from behind the tree and put my hands up, and he saw that we were missionaries. And
so you had a lot of like already. You have an interesting childhood. There's a lot of crazy things going on.
Yeah.
And you were doing what you felt compelled to do as growing up, and going through those things. I'm sure there was some traumatic situations. Not only were you getting shot at while you're playing Mormon ding dong ditch, like there was like some things that were, I don't know how to start this conversation, but there was some things that like definitely like kind of like resonate with you to this day.
Yeah.
Like there was an incident or so. Do you mind sharing with that? I know
Yeah.
that's like the worst transition ever right there, but
No, it's all good. Like I kind of mentioned it to you before. Like I haven't ever really told the full story. Like I had an experience where me and a friend were kind of taken, like a paranormal abduction experience. And
all right, hold on. So let me get this straight here. So what you just said is that you had an experience with you and a friend who were taken.
Yeah.
An abduction experience. So
Yes.
that's some pretty heavy shit there.
Right. And I haven't really told the story because it's like, if I come right out of the gates, like with the work that I'm doing now at Skinwalker Ranch and with all the UFO disclosure movement and everything that's going on and how it's interconnected with this, I went most of my life just trying to tell myself that like the stuff that happened to me as a kid, that I dreamt it or I imagined it, even though it was a shared experience with my friend the one time. But as I've gotten older, the stories that come out, even the TV show we watched in there earlier today, like there's a story in there that literally was almost like so parallel similar with the details of what happened to me as a kid. So like when I was 11, I'll just tell you the story. I've never told this publicly like
All right, so
before,
folks, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to touch on something that Carl Crusher has never publicly talked about, and this is something that's, you know, I don't know what the proper word is, has always like stayed with you since it's happened. How old were you?
11.
11 years old.
Yeah.
So, do you remember the year?
I mean, I would have to do the math on that. But I was 11. I was born in 78. So whoever's good at math, I always sucked at math. But yeah, it was probably 80s in there. But I was just a kid. My friend, what's up, Spencer? He doesn't want to get dragged into this, so I'm not going to say his full name or anything like that. I just messaged him earlier today, and I was like, dude, I'm going to tell the story. And he was like, I don't want to be a part of it. But fuck, dude.
So tell me, you're
Yeah.
11. You're 11.
I was
years,
11.
You're 11 years old.
Yeah.
And where are you?
So I'm in Sugar City, and he just, like, his parents were going out of town for some business trip, and it was the first time they're like, we're just going to let you stay home by yourself. But he didn't want to stay home alone, so he asked me if I would come over and spend the night. So I got permission from my parents, went over there, and it was just me and him, nobody else in the whole house. And we got together. We weren't even talking about anything scary. We weren't talking about anything. We were talking about like girls that we liked and like sports and stuff, you know, like drawing pictures in the kitchen and things, just normal kid shit. And then like when it got late, we decided to go downstairs into like the family room area that's kind of in like a split entry home sort of. So he had this whole big basement living room, and then down this hallway was a bathroom and these other bedrooms. And so we decided to go down there, and we were going to sleep in the living room area in 2 sleeping bags because he had one of those old school big screen TVs, but like the big deep ones that was like a projector, you know. So he had one of those big ones, and I was like, holy shit, like look at this huge TV. So we were down there like watching shows on the TV, and then pretty soon, man, it's weird, like he like got tired, so he fell asleep, and it was one of those things where I'm like telling a story, and I look over and I realize he's asleep. So I'm like, oh, okay. So I'm laying there, decide to go to sleep. And then as I fall asleep, it's like all of a sudden it's like as if somebody flung open a window, and there's like wind rushing through the room, like somebody swung a door open and there's just like this wind, but it's not like wind, it's just like this energy like rushing over top of me, and it totally wakes me up. And no shit, the first thing I see, I'm like just waking up, and I look over to my right, and my friend, he's sitting straight up, and his eyes are wide open, and his mouth is open, and it's like he's trying to scream, but there's no sound coming out. He's just like this, and he's like thrashing his legs, kicking his legs, like he's trying to get something off of him. And I'm just like confused, and I look down, and fuck, dude, like at his feet there's like this creature. It's like trying to grab his ankles. And
when you say creature, like, can you give me more description about that?
See, like, people want to hear like a description of like an alien gray, but I'm telling you, this thing was more like, it looked just like a goblin. Like it was like this, probably 3 feet tall, maybe. There's 2 of them at first that I noticed. There's actually 3, but how I noticed it all was like I saw the one like trying to grab my friend's legs, and he's like kicking at it, trying to get it off of him. And this thing, as it's going to grab his ankles, it's like its hands go through the sleeping bag like a hologram. Like I see the hands of this like goblin thing go through his legs and through the bag, like it's trying to get a hold of him, but it's not quite physical. Like it's trying to, but it's just not quite tangible enough to get a hold yet. And then as I look down, there's fucking one trying to do the same thing to me. So there's one grab him at my feet. So then instantly I'm like, kicking. And behind this thing, where the hallway was supposed to be with the bedrooms, is like a giant tunnel. It's like this huge spinning like you're looking in the top of a water slide that's going down. It's like this huge vortex. Like,
What color was it?
it's just like literally like reality is warped. It's like if you took the room and twisted it in a ring, and then where the room is supposed to be, it's just like spinning, flowing like around, just like a swirl, like if you're looking through a mirage, like a heat mirage, but it's spinning. And where the house is supposed to be with the bedrooms and the hall and the TV is just this hole, like a fucking portal. And it's this hole that goes, it's huge. It's probably like 10 feet across, and it just goes down like a water, literally like a water slide down this black hole. Like, and then, so this one's trying to grab my ankles, and straight past it is this hole, like a going down this tube. And then up behind it is a third one. So like where the couch was, the end of the couch was supposed to be like halfway up, floating up, like where this vortex is, halfway up the vortex, literally with one leg up and one leg down, kind of like Captain Morgan, like it's standing on a slope. There's like this third goblin thing, and it's taller than the other two. And the ones that were on our ankles are totally naked, no clothes or anything like that I could tell. They were like this grayish kind of green color. They had noses and ears. It wasn't like holes like you see extraterrestrials. And they had big noses and big ears that like, it doesn't make any fucking sense. They literally looked like goblins. And the taller one was even bigger. It had like a bigger head. It even had like a fat pot belly. And no shit, it was wearing like a little loincloth. Like it had this fabric, looked like a burlap sack like thing, like made of linen, like a loincloth on. And it had a fucking magic wand, like a Harry Potter magic wand in its hand. And it was like pointing it at me and like pointing it at these two things. Like it was controlling these other two goblins or telling them what to do, like it was in charge or something. And it was literally holding a fucking stick, like pointing it at us. And then all out of a sudden, as I look up at this thing and I see it, the three of them, and it's like, I saw so much, dude. It was like, I could see that on the edges of the lips was like black, and in the nostrils and in the ears and like the armpits, like everywhere you would like sweat or whatever, it was like darker colored, like physical, you know, like saw them. And I could feel this thing grabbing at my ankles and trying to get a hold of me. And then all of a sudden, it's just like, boom, and lights out. Like all of a sudden, next thing I know, I'm like waking up, but not, just like I got knocked out or something. It's not like I fell asleep and I'm waking up. All of a sudden, it's like I'm opening my eyes, but now I'm in my sleeping bag. I'm upstairs under the kitchen table. So I'm not down in the living room anymore. Now I'm looking at the bottom of the kitchen table, and I'm under the kitchen table.
So you go from laying on the floor in a sleeping bag to
downstairs in the living room,
like the basement area or whatever,
to just laying on my head's laying on linoleum up under the kitchen table upstairs.
So when you recall when you came to, you were in a different part of the house?
Yeah, and the sun's coming up, but it did not feel like I went to sleep. It was just like I was panicking, and now I'm like opening my eyes and I'm looking underneath the table, and I look over, and Spencer's doing the same thing. My friend, he like looks over, he immediately starts crying, like, and and then he goes, "There was three of them," and I was like, immediately like, fuck, dude. Realized it wasn't like a dream, you know. Like, we immediately jumped out of our sleeping bags and ran out of the house to the alley, and we both remembered all of it. We described them both. We both remembered getting taken, like, and we talked about it for months, like every time at school.
So you were telling people immediately after?
I didn't tell anybody.
You didn't?
We promised that we wouldn't tell anybody, because we thought it was like evil spirits, because we're Mormon kids. We thought we'd done something bad or something.
Why do you think you've never told this story publicly until today?
Because it doesn't fit. It didn't fit with my religion, my beliefs. It doesn't feel like it. I'm telling it now because I've heard other people describe the same thing. Even the magic wand, the way the entities come, the portals, like all of that stuff. And not only that, my work with Native Americans and with Navajo members and members of the Clatsop tribe. I have friends that have this, have really helped me a lot to understand this stuff. Like it's a part of their culture.
So we're all pretty familiar with different abduction stories,
Yeah.
and we've all heard like, to mild to extremely sensational, and it's a lot to like take in, and it's probably why you don't just share it all the time. It's some pretty
You seem crazy. Like if I talk to my family about it, like I think I've told my mom some of it, they just don't know what to make of it. They don't have any advice to give or anything. It doesn't fit into the paradigm. It didn't to me either. For a long time, I just told myself it was a dream, or maybe we shared a dream in some weird way.
How many peanut butter jelly sandwiches did y'all have that night?
Right. Like, yeah, I've even gone to
many
the
Capri Suns. Like, could there have been anything? Did y'all get hit in the head?
Carbon monoxide, or did we eat some food or whatever? Like I've run through all of that in my mind. The one thing that gets me is just like, now I've seen so many other people come out with these abduction stories, and even like books that Jacques Vallée's written where he describes them, and he even a few times has used the word goblin to describe them. And
that's the first time I've
read
heard
that,
the goblin term.
Like, and when I come across it and those details are there and
I'll
down
fuck
to
a
the
goblin
wand,
right the fuck up. I kick that motherfucker right in the head. Alien, I feel like I'd be more like, oh come on, you want to come get this? But a goblin, I would probably be a little more.
Well, I don't know. I mean, maybe there's different types. We're hearing now a lot of people that seem like they're in these secret programs are claiming that there's multiple different types. So maybe what came and got us, or that one time. I mean, I grew up, nothing else ever happened to my friend as far as I know, but I continued.
So let me stop you there. Did you feel any different? I mean, you're talking about Harry Potter wands and shit. Did your asshole fucking, were you like?
I was fucked up for a while, dude.
Did
I
you
was
think
like,
you got fucking
I went around.
sodomized?
No,
did you get soaked by
I
the
wondered
fucking
if
alien?
I wondered, like I really, as an adult, I've gone back.
I know I'm like laughing here because here's
valid,
the thing.
though, because
full
a lot
disclosure,
Yeah.
like I believe in a lot of stuff, and as I get older, normally you're supposed to not believe. You stop believing in certain things,
Right.
But this, giving anyone the benefit of doubt, and I don't know you that well, but we have spent the last 48 hours, 72 hours together.
Yeah.
And I haven't heard you. You don't seem like someone who would sensationalize anything or lie. And we're just getting started, by the way. We're already talking about getting fucking poked in the ass by fucking aliens and shit. I know it's a lot to take in.
Yeah.
So someone hearing this is probably be like, "What the fuck?" And I would see why,
Or right now, there might be somebody that remembers an experience that they've been telling themselves they just dreamed or something, and maybe it's resonating. Hopefully, there's.
It doesn't help when Miguel is typing notes in the background while you're trying to tell this intimate story that you've never shared, and all I can read is like, "Did he fuck him in the ass? Did he fucking?" And I was like, "God!" And I'm over here. I'm like, so just for further notice. Yeah,
It's all good.
like,
I don't know if they did.
He asked, did the one with the loincloth have a big dick? Like
If it was, it didn't go past the knees because that's how long the loincloth was. I don't know if I got diddled or something like by the creatures or whatever the phenomenon was, because I've literally gone back through all that and done like hypnotherapy. I've gone to therapy.
well, I can say this.
Yeah.
Who doesn't love a good slumber party? And it's not your fault. So I don't know what to take of that. Like,
I have other experiences where I got.
Did you feel like a loss of time? Or like,
yeah.
Did it feel like what the fuck happened? We were just watching goddamn Nickelodeon, and now my butthole hurts and the sun's up. Like, was there like some time?
The whole
lost?
gap of night was lost. Yeah. The waking up. Yeah, and I've had missing time since then.
Another question: were y'all watching Unsolved Mysteries before you went to bed?
Because I don't even remember what we were
Robert
watching.
Stack will fuck you up. Honestly, I've watched almost every Unsolved Mystery episode growing up as a child. there was one particular episode that Robert Stack in that goddamn scary ass fucking narration.
Yes.
And it was, I forget the exact story, but it was they were just talking about how a family heard something outside, and boom, they hit you with the traditional gray, and that motherfucker's boogity head was in the window, and I was like, oh shit, it scared the shit out of me. And like I personally could recall being scared shitless, and just hearing that fucking song come on.
Yeah.
You know? And like, so you've already had like other traumatic like sexual experiences growing up as a child.
Yeah.
And do you mind sharing with that? I mean,
is something
I had that happened before this.
I had experiences, where I was like exposed to stuff and things by like other like adult men, or like it's normal as a Mormon kid to go in and have to get interviewed by a Mormon bishop about your private life and all that stuff. That is, in my opinion now, kind of a violation of your privacy as a kid, and kind of grooming in a weird way. But that's just the way I feel about it now. But, I had, experiences like that I didn't rationalize in my mind as being abducted by aliens. Like I remember those clearly as separate incidents where I went through trauma or something like that. But it wasn't. This was wholly different.
Was that those traumatic situations? Were those before or after the
after? So
okay.
this was my first taste of anything other than just like having a normal kid, just like riding my bike and having friends and goofing off. Like as a Mormon kid, you're really not allowed to watch a bunch of horror stuff. Like I wasn't really into watching the scary movies or anything creepy like that. I had to get clear into high school before my parents would let me watch anything rated R or even close to that.
You probably would never watch any goddamn goblin fucking movies from that.
That was forward. So out of the box. Like I didn't, like for my whole life, didn't have anywhere to put that until like, as an adult, when I started getting into all of this stuff and the research into Skinwalker Ranch and the paranormal and the UFOs, I run into all these things like the Shaver mystery, which basically describes the Darrow and the Tarot, like are two different types of goblins that come and abduct people out of the underworld. And that was like, holy shit, that sounds like what happened to me. And then all these other abduction experiences that are related to ufology are described almost exactly like what happened to me. And so over the years, I've been able to come to terms with that. But like my friend, he doesn't want to think about it. He's still Mormon, still has his whole family and goes to church and all that. So it just does not fit into his reality. But for me, that shit didn't stop. Like I continued to have sleep paralysis episodes and missing time. I would wake up in my bed and like couldn't move my body, and there would be like this shadow man standing next to the bed, and then all of a sudden like I would literally see my own body in the bed below me, like I'm floating up, like an out of body thing. And then
I also had a situation like that.
Yeah
I was when I was I don't know how old, maybe around 10 or 11 too. Also, now that I think of it, I remember being in the top of the bunk bed, and you say shadow people. I remember like feeling like awake, but I couldn't move, and I could hear my mom watching TV, and coincidentally, she was fucking watching Unsolved Mysteries episode. So I think later I just assumed it was like a nightmare, but I remember being like conscious, like I could see my body, but I just could not move it, and I was like and I was scared. To where I couldn't yell, I couldn't like scream, and I felt something as if it was like under the bed, like under the bottom bunk.
Yeah.
And I remember my bedroom door was open, and then it was at night, and the room was dark, and I could recall trying to like work up the courage, like let's go, like trying to jump down, and I came out and I just was running, screaming like someone's in there.
Yeah.
And my mom was, I think, probably scared shitless even more, like what the hell, what the fuck are you talking about? And I just remember something similar to that, and I don't even know if I've even shared that before, but I didn't get like finger fucked by no goblin or anything like that, so I don't fucking know.
I don't know.
Maybe I got chipped on the experience, I don't know. But
yeah, so I'd have those paralysis experiences and then float up. I'd be like looking, and I'd seriously sometimes even feel like I was floating up and see my house from above, like Google Earth view. And then I'd have these super psychedelic dreams, like literally like I'm flying through space looking out of windows, like curved windows. And there'd be this figure with a robe on that would stand over my shoulder. But whenever I would try to look at him, you know, like I couldn't see him. And then I would wake up and I would be like outside on the deck. Like I'd slept walk out of my bed and I'd be on the outside deck of the house and sometimes locked out. I'd wake up and I'd be like locked out of the house on the upper deck.
I did a lot of sleepwalking myself.
Did you?
So did you ever try any like therapy or like hypnotherapy, like anything that like later on in life?
Yeah, so I tried to resolve it all through Mormonism. So I just would like pray a lot and do a lot of that, plunge myself into my beliefs and try to be a better person. And none of that helped, obviously. But like as an adult, I've since gone through the whole thing. Like I've even done parasite cleanses and thought,
What's that?
Well, like if you had some kind of like toxoplasmosis or something, anybody who's had pet cats and everything can end up with parasites from their kitty litter and shit. And so like when I start realizing that, I want to check all those things off my list to make sure like I didn't have some sort of experience or problem that my parents just missed medically. Could it have been carbon monoxide, or do I literally have like a tumor in my brain? I went and got blood work done, a bunch of stuff. I had an MRI done on my head, like, I mean, for other things, but also like hoping maybe if there's anything I would know. And I've never found anything like to do with it at all. But like, I did do hypnotherapy, and it was straight up like revisitation. It wasn't going back to the goblin abduction experience thing. It was the hypnotherapy session was like, for the first half of it, it was like I was stuck in this in between physical reality and some like hologram dimension. And then all of a sudden I was in that like a ship, like a pod with windows, and there was a figure behind me.
So you didn't recall being out of the like the room where you were sleeping, but when you did the hypnotherapy, it brought out some things that you didn't necessarily remember.
Yeah, some of the stuff from like when I would do the float out of my body and end up like I was flying through space and weird stuff like that. The whole hypnotherapy.
At what
thing
age
brought
did you
all
do
of
the
that
At what age did you do?
I just did that like 2 years ago.
Oh wow! So this is new.
Yeah.
So you've gone your whole life.
I had gone to Skinwalker Ranch and everything, and then I was like, I started running into stuff. I was like, I need to do like hypnotherapy and get regressed and see what really happened to me, you know.
So then you started to recall like being like on a ship or something, you said, and
Yep.
like a pod. Can you give me some more details?
So
about
the
that?
experience is like I'm laying in bed. I wake up. I remember the whole being paralyzed in my bed and I can't move, and I'm like panicking and scared to death. And then I see the shadow figure. Sometimes it's like a tall man with a hat on, or it's like an old woman standing in the corner of the room, but it just looks like this black shadowy figure that's like kind of looking at me and kind of not. And then all of a sudden it's like the whole bed is vibrating. It's like this frequency goes woo, and I can feel this pulsing like woo, 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 going up through my body, like this vibrational energy. And then all of a sudden sometimes there'd be this loud explosion sound, like like a bomb going off inside my head, but it's not like audible. It's just like this loud cracking sound. And then all of a sudden I'm floating up into the sky, and I see everything below me. And then it's like I go up and up and up, and then there's just like it's just like suddenly I'm flying through stars,
as you're
like
telling people
neon
this,
lights, and I'm like in this pod that's kind of the size of this room almost that we're in now, but like maybe 40 feet deep. There's literally a table in there. There's a seating area around the front. There's these curved teardrop windows that come down like a teardrop from the top.
Have you ever drawn these or anything?
Yeah, I've done a painting of it. Yeah, I've done a painting where it's like I see my legs on the table and I can see all the windows at my feet.
And this is from the hypnotherapy about 2 years ago.
Yeah, but see, I've also I got into some of like the CIA's methods of remote viewing and the gateway experience that comes out of the Monroe Institute. And they actually have protocol and training where I've inserted myself, like my consciousness and things, back into those situations, like as an adult, and experience similar things like from when I was experiencing them as a kid. So through like meditation and through different types of consciousness protocol that even the government uses, I have kind of faced a lot of these things in my life and come to terms with them. And
how do you handle when you would talk about this with someone when they thought you were like full of shit or crazy, like or they thought maybe you were just making it up, or maybe you were thinking something, like how did you handle any situations like that?
Well, with my friend, like the first, like the experiencer that happened with me, we talked about it for like 6 months. So it was like every time we had different teachers at school that year. And so every time during recess, it was like we would peel off and go hide around the side of the building, and we would just talk about it and try to figure out what happened. And we would recount what we saw and try to remember. And we did that almost every day for months.
Was this something that was like a negative experience? Did it haunted you? Like did it torment you?
Initially, like at the first few days, like it was super traumatic, but it was like me and my friend, we were just talking about it, and we would meet up at the playground and go over it. And it was like we were trying to just figure it out. And I became more like curious, seriously, like Stranger Things kids. Like we were puzzling over it and less scared about it. But then, when the sleep paralysis stuff happened, immediately, like when I would wake up in the night, it was like, oh shit. And the panic would set in, and I would immediately, I never saw the goblin things again. I've never, ever experienced that same thing. I've never seen the tunnel again. It was a different flavor from then on out. But that initial one was
do
unique.
you think it could have been some type of dream? And then
maybe it could have been
felt real, or
I think it's possible that like they've proven now that our consciousness is non-local to the body. So like your thoughts and consciousness, and when you're daydreaming and dreaming at night, is really not happening just in your skull. It's like a field. We all have like a good 7-foot, 8-foot field of electromagnetic energy that our body gives off just being alive. And our consciousness expands actually into that field as well. And so the possibility that we were sleeping and that things were just right, that like...
But for both of you all to have the same experience.
Yeah, maybe he was having a nightmare, and my consciousness as a child like synced in with his, and we had this shared experience. But even that, to me, if that ends up being the explanation behind the phenomena and paranormal experiences, or just some kind of quantum entanglement we don't understand, I'm totally fine with that.
So at this point
that'd be much better than goblins.
Yeah, so at this point in your life, you're not like completely convinced what that experience was.
Right.
It's still like a question to you that you're still trying to like understand.
Yeah.
That when you were married, did you share this story with your wife?
Some of it. Yeah.
And what did she say?
I mean, those types of deep conversations were never really like a part of our marriage, because a lot of our marriage was really contractual through the church. Like we had a family and a
like
great
a
life and everything like
or
that.
Something, or?
No, well, not really. We met and got on a blind date kind of. And then like we had met one time but didn't really remember each other. And then when we got hooked up on the blind date, we remembered that we'd met, and like...
Well, what about your other 15 wife? Did they know the fucking story?
No. But yeah, so some of that stuff, but like my wife at the time, she always knew that I was like interested in it and stuff like that, trying to into the petroglyphs and UFOs and Skinwalker Ranch, and I'm curious about it. But honestly, most of my life and our marriage and everything and doing YouTube, we just did family videos, and this wasn't even one of the topics. It wasn't until my...
What kind of videos were... So you and your wife and kids had a YouTube channel.
Yeah.
What was it called?
The Carl and Ginger Family Channel. Yeah.
Sounds like a good old wholesome...
Yeah, we do...
Wholesome thing. Like, and you... I mean...
Yeah.
What were you doing? What kind of content were y'all making?
when we had the family channel, we would do a lot of like Minecraft videos and Power Ranger stuff, just anything that was trending. We did RC cars, like, so I was one of the first guys to do like draw your life, and we did a ton of crazy ideas. We would like decorate our whole house like a real life Minecraft house with like hundreds of cardboard boxes, and I'd build like an escape room, and my kids would have to like find all the puzzles and craft things together to get out, and we would just like film it all. I would have like,
and you were on YouTube like kind of in the very, very beginning too, right?
Yeah,
like
2009.
Yeah. So that's very early. And no goblin content on this fucking YouTube channel? Nothing?
Well, okay, so I did take a stab. Like the first several years that I did YouTube, I did it alone until we started making money. And then my wife was like, oh, what's this? And wanted to do it too, you know? But like, I did do a string where for like a year, I went and got into doing Bigfoot stuff. And I went to California and had a fucking scary time there up at, I didn't even tell you this, did I? So I got asked to go on a Bigfoot thing up there to be the behind the scenes guy. Like they were,
where at?
The Sierra Nevadas, right behind the Sierraville Inn. So up there where the Sierra sounds are, where all the samurai chatter and all that. Have you ever heard those? Like,
I'm familiar. I've heard the
there's these old mountain men back in the 80s that would go up to this spot in the Sierra Nevada mountains, and they would do like they had like a Bigfoot camp up there where they were recording all these audio vocalizations from like Sasquatch and stuff. So we went up to this spot where this guy named Justin Smia claimed that he had shot one or shot at one.
Like a gun?
Like a gun. Yeah, like he was driving up there with his friend, like his friend Jack, and they like pulled up this spot to like check for deer, and they see this like 8-foot tall boogeyman thing come out of the bushes, and he just literally stepped out of his truck and shot at it. And then
see, the Bigfoot thing for me is like
yeah,
not that crazy either, because I look at it like, all right, so it's a really rare species that is humanoidish, but it also is a giant ass fucking monkey that walks upright. And then I think like, all right, well maybe that motherfucker's smart enough to like stay evasive, and if they're rare and if they're deep in the forest, or I'm pretty much a fucking monkey expert. So I did live with 7 monkeys in a foster home.
You did.
So you get into a couple of strangulation incidents with a baboon, you are fucking you're
scared.
Yeah, like there's Bigfoot guy and then monkey guy. I'm right underneath it. We're only like 2 chromosomes off from a chimpanzee and stuff. So there's a lot of shit going on. But so like your therapist, like you were saying something like your therapist quit. Like when were you doing therapy? Like at what age?
Well, the hypnotherapist that I did the session with, she wasn't like my regular therapist or anything, but like after my session, like a couple of months went by, and she messaged me and was like, what do you think about all this hypnosis in your session and stuff? And I was like, I really appreciate that you did that for me. It helped me a lot. She's like, I don't know what to make of it. I'm not doing hypnosis therapy anymore. She's like,
So she quit the whole.
She quit, yeah.
You made her change her whole.
I don't know if it
occupation?
was me or if she just like heard my story and was like, this is bullshit. I'm not doing this anymore or what. But she said she was done. Yeah, she never did it again.
You scared her straight.
I don't know.
That's what she gets for.
Or she just thought I was
mind.
full of crap and was like, this isn't working. I'm no good at this. People just lie to me or something. I don't know. But
so, you're making all this content. You're on YouTube at a very early age. You, your wife, your kids.
Yeah.
Like where does things go south with your wife? Like how does that end if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah. So when my dad got sick, he started losing his memory, struggling with dementia, and then got like put in a long-term care home, and he was like starting to fade, and for me, like I had just started trying to get over all the screwed up stuff from Mormonism, like getting out of that and trying to wrap my head around the embarrassment of all that my whole life.
So you feel like somewhat failed when you're like, I have a friend and she was a devout Christian, and she also lost her virginity the day of her wedding day.
Yep.
And when her marriage was taking a turn south, which I feel like in a lot of religions, the one that has like the most, I guess, the closer relationship to whatever they hold dear, they worship or believe in, I feel that they stay loyal for a little longer because they feel like they're dishonoring their belief or something. Did you have
100%? You can't get into heaven as a Mormon if you're not married in the temple. You have to. It's not just the polygamy that comes later.
So a lot of couples, what I'm insinuating is, I believe that a lot of couples that are based on faith, that they're brought together by faith, they probably stay together longer than they probably should because of the faith.
Absolutely. There's a lot of even people that I would argue are, like dealing with closeted homosexuality and identity issues, that they just, out of conformity and to not rock the boat, just follow lock and step and will go and serve a mission and you're told when you leave your mission, like my mission president, my last day there, the last conversation said, your next calling and mission in life is to find your wife and eternal companion and get married in the temple. I was like, oh, like, and then when I got home, that's the pressure. It's like,
that's what I feel like. I'm on Tinder. I'm on a mission. I'm like, just keep swiping. Gotta find my next wife. Like, so what was the final straw? Was it a mutual thing, or was it something that?
No, she wished. Yeah, it was like I wanted to stay married. I was all locked in, wanted to be a family. It was it. Like we were doing it. I worked my whole life and my ass off to not have a normal job, to be a YouTuber, to be able to not miss out and to have a family. That's what I wanted, But when you get out of Mormonism, and that whole reality comes collapsing in, suddenly your whole way of making decisions, like you look back on like even the decision to get married, the decision to move, and how you pray and decide based on the thoughts that come to you that you think are coming from God. Now you're questioning all that. So suddenly you're like, well, if I was wrong about this, what else am I doing? Like from wearing the garments, like the underwear and the way they tell you to dress and act and everything, like suddenly all that comes unraveling. And all of those things that you're supposed to figure out about yourself as a child growing up and as a teenager and going to college, you don't get, and so you're spending 2 years on a mission instead of at frat parties at college, like figuring all that stuff out about yourself.
It's like being homeschooled. You kind of get cheated on
my wife was homeschooled too.
Experience.
She was one of 12 kids. And their names all started with a J, and they were all homeschooled. And
do y'all have do Mormons have some type of purity checking device? Like, does she have to bring the bloody sheets the night of conception and bring it to like the elders or anything?
No, you have to go into your Mormon bishop though and be worthy, and you go in alone and talk to him. If there's anything unresolved in your life that you've done that you need to confess, you have to confess to. And then you go in and do interviews together as a couple, and you have to do that with your bishop and then the stake president. There's like the local pastor. You have to go up a little.
There's a lot of like
social ladder to get permission, and then you get literally a card, a recommendation card that's like your pass to get in the temple. And then when you go there, because you have to go through all those rituals and everything.
It's like one hell of a game of chutes and ladders.
It's
oh fuck! I drew I gotta go on a mission card. Shit. Hey guys, you enjoying this fucking goddamn podcast that you listen to for free, you son of a bitch? Well, good. Well, I need you to do me a favor. I need you to go to hornblasters.com and use the promo code Busey. Buy yourself or one of your loved ones a train horn kit from hornblasters.com. Use the promo code Busey, because without them, we wouldn't be having this goddamn podcast, let's be honest. And if you're enjoying it and you want to hear more, well, take your ass to hornblasters.com, get yourself a train horn kit, and you can be that asshole riding around scaring the fucking shit out of anyone you want to. Maybe you're some shitty ass TikTok content creator, and well, let's be honest, your ideas are fucking goddamn horrible, so let's keep it short and sweet. You just ride around and fucking blast people with your goddamn train horn from hornblasters.com. You'll thank me later.
Right.
Or I gotta go find my wife.
Yeah, and I didn't even know, like when the envelope came, it's like your whole family gets around and you open it and you're like, I'm going to and I was like, Arkansas.
You open up this suitcase and it's just glowing. It's a Where's Waldo out costume from Spirit Halloween store. You can put on the fucking circle glasses and your fucking beanie, and you just start walking the country looking for your wife.
Right.
Like, so she just like What was she just like? I can't take this shit no more, or were you like, hey?
I'm honestly, if I tell all of her reasons, I will get sued. If I speak for her, but all I say is that there's a lot of things in your life that when you leave the church, it's very typical for a person to be like, am I straight? Am I gay? Do I want to do this? Oh, there's all these things that you've never done. There's all these itches that you haven't scratched.
She was out there trying to join the Lick a Lot of Puss Temple.
I don't know.
That's what I'm. That's
I have no idea
feeling.
all I know is
you could
I spent a
the
year.
The lawyers for Carl Crusher would like to say no comment right now.
Yeah,
Is she still Mormon?
No.
Does she also like? Is there a particular wording when you denounce the faith? Do you get ostracized or something or?
When you're the one
take
doing
you off
it,
the Mormon group chat.
So if the church kicks you out, they call that getting excommunicated. If you just leave to officially leave to where they'll actually leave you alone and not keep bugging you, you have to remove your records. You have to actually go through a law firm, file paperwork, and tell them that you want all of your records removed. You don't ever want to be mentioned in their files, and they never allowed to send anybody to your house, or it's considered religious harassment. And you have to do all of that. Otherwise, they'll follow you everywhere. Like if I moved to Florida, they would know. As soon as I moved into town and they figured it out, the local missionaries would come over and be like, hey, can we help you? And trying to get you back in.
So what's crazy is the fact that your story about being abducted and getting finger fucked by goblins is less crazier than you being Mormon.
Yeah.
Basically.
Pretty much, yeah.
Wow.
But see, at the same time, though, Mormonism sort of primes you in a way to be open-minded to some of this stuff in a weird way, too, because Mormons at a core believe that, God has many worlds and that there's other beings out there. So, for Brandon Fugal to be a Mormon and be the owner of Skinwalker Ranch and trying to understand UFOs, all that is still fine. None of that is out of the box for Mormons either. But for me getting abducted by goblins with my buddy, none of that fit in any box. It didn't fit anything.
Is your father Mormon?
He was, but he was more what they call inactive. He didn't go a lot until his later years. Growing up, he would go to the bar and drink and smoke and stuff. But
did he have multiple wives?
No, yeah, none of my family or any of that did the polygamy
stuff.
If
he did.
My dad was in the army though, and he was over in right on the border of Germany when the Berlin Wall was still up right after World War II, and he had cosmic clearance and stuff, NATO clearance. I thought it was fake. When he would say, I used to have cosmic clearance in the army, I was when I was a kid. And after he died and we got to look at his military records, he actually had cosmic clearance, which is a NATO level clearance. And he would ask me questions, even as a Mormon kid all the time. He'd be like, so Carl, what would you, we'd be driving in his truck and he'd be like, what would you do if Jesus came back and he was in a flying saucer? And I was like, oh, and he'd be like, what would you do if the second coming happened and then God came and said, this whole planet was just meant to be food for aliens, and that was our purpose. He's like, would you go get in line and fulfill your purpose for God, or would you rebel? And I was like, I would rebel. And he'd pat me on the head and be like, good boy, stuff like that. But so there was a little bit of that, I wonder if my dad knew something. I don't know. I've never got any answers out of that. He never really said any stories or anything, but
so we've been recording for over an hour now, and we haven't even touched. We haven't even touched any of I would have to say, I warned you guys. I told you this was gonna get deep, and we're about to enter in the phase of the podcast that I really am excited about. I mean, we've already touched on some crazy shit.
Had to get the secret
I've already been
handshakes
finger fucked by the Mormon Crip Walk, fucking secret society handshake.
Do you remember them all?
A few of them I
There you
do.
go.
The
Okay.
fingertip on the finger on the first
The
knuckle,
last
then
one's
the
the
second
most
one,
important.
then the pinky thing, and then the nail Jesus on the inside and on the outside.
Yes,
So,
the more sure sign of the nail, they call it.
So
The ex-Mormons are going to be cheering for me like crazy for sure.
we're gonna have to put a Mormon disclosure on the beginning of this podcast. Warning: if you are a Mormon, fucking go fuck one of your wives and don't watch this shit.
Yeah. They're
So-
not gonna. Mormons have no idea who you are, Mike. Don't worry.
Oh, some of them know. Some Mormons be hot in them streets. You know, shout out to Deseret Ranch in Osceola County. They know. If they know, they
There
know.
you go. Yeah.
But so how I became aware of you was obviously watching Skinwalker Ranch, and there's a lot of things that I need to cover on that, and there's a lot of things that it was an extremely successful show that I believe that has successfully completed 4 seasons.
Yeah.
3 seasons have aired, and it is called Skinwalker Ranch, The Secret of Skinwalker Ranch.
Yes, sir.
And that series being highly successful, and I'm absolutely fucking addicted to it. I've been an advocate from the very beginning. As soon as I saw a promo for it, I go, what the fuck is that? And at that moment, my life was definitely altered. It's definitely distracted. I'm probably responsible for paying my employees for at least 30 days of pay, with them doing absolutely nothing other than listening to me going on fucking rants about Skinwalker Ranch.
Yeah.
So after a few seasons of that, they decided to do a spinoff show called Beyond Skinwalker Ranch.
Yeah.
And that's where I become acquainted with another ranch. Okay, so let me just run this down real quick. Skinwalker Ranch. We've got UFOs, cow mutilations, electronic interferences, crazy frequencies, a mesa that lights up. We got tunnels, caves. We got a fucking portal of all the things, like the Skinwalker shit, the UFOs, the paranormal activities, the anomalies that are happening with electronics. All these things are happening at Skinwalker Ranch, but the fucking portal is what's got me so hot and horny. But after watching a couple of these seasons, and I started doing my own research and reaching out to the owner, Brandon, who is an amazing individual that I share a lot of political similarities and desires for the truth, and like the adventurer in me. And he's also a collector, and he's a guy who is definitely super successful, and he has just been on the conquest for truth. Who he wound up purchasing Skinwalker Ranch from an aerospace fucking basically like a mad scientist, Elon Musk, named Robert Bigelow, another successful aerospace entrepreneur, and he bought Skinwalker Ranch. So all that, we'll get back onto that, but the thing that blew me away was after I'm so in love and I'm so captivated by this Skinwalker Ranch place. I mean, I remember watching Unsolved Mysteries as a kid and hearing about like cow mutilations and all this stuff, and it didn't dawn on me until later on, like, oh wow, this is the place that I've heard of out there in the Southwest.
Yeah.
And I'd heard Skinwalker Ranch before, but I wasn't too familiar with it. And as I'm falling in love with this show and this place, just fucking obsessing with it, okay? I'm Richard Dreyfuss in The Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Every day I'm taking my mashed potatoes and making the devil's fucking mound, and I'm all in.
Yeah.
But then these motherfuckers at the History Channel come out with this new show called Beyond Skinwalker Ranch, and I was like, hold on, what the fuck? There's more places that other crazy things are happening, and that's what brings you into the picture with Mount Wilson. Tell me about Mount Wilson. Give me the pitches and the similarities from Skinwalker and Mount Wilson.
They go deep. So just the connections with Skinwalker are phenomenal. Like Robert Bigelow and his entire team that owned Skinwalker Ranch, they simultaneously owned a second location in Nevada that's a little over 80 miles, like if you just flew straight north of Area 51. So it's right close to Area 51. And he owned this Mount Wilson Ranch at the exact same time and over the same time span. So for the same years that he owned Skinwalker Ranch, he actually bought Mount Wilson Ranch before.
So Robert Bigelow, the fucking
Yeah.
Mad scientist, investigator, entrepreneur, aerospace, filthy rich dude bought Mount Wilson before Skinwalker Ranch.
Yes.
All right.
And the people that he had up there were like the top names. Like when you know who they were the UFO researchers and physicists. He had Jacques Vallée. You mentioned the movie Close Encounters of the Third Kind. That entire movie by Steven Spielberg, the French scientist in that's in charge of the whole communication with extraterrestrials and the UFO. It's his whole plan of what's going on is based off of Jacques Vallée. And we've got photos of Robert Bigelow, Jacques Vallée, Eric Davis. He was the head scientist at Skinwalker Ranch and the man behind the Wilson Davis memo, which is we could do a whole podcast on that, there was the head of the Defense Intelligence Agency had a private meeting with this man, Eric Davis, and there's an official government document of their conversation about UFO crash recovery program and them trying to get access back to it and the files and the information because they had them at one point and were trying to get back into them. And neither one of them, not even the head of the DIA, could get in there. But Eric Davis, that man was up there. The head of the psychic spy program at Stanford Research Institute, like the whole remote viewing program, he came up with the name remote viewing. He basically created it for America, the psychic spy program, and he was there at Mount Wilson.
So we got all these
Colm Kelleher, all of them,
big deal, renowned experts in this realm of studies that have been seen. We've seen the photos. You have them. They're online. You could Google them. You've got Robert Bigelow. I think you even referred that there was some Rothschilds there.
The Rockefellers, yeah.
Sorry, I get my world-dominating families confused.
Yeah, the history goes way back. It's even connected, I think, into the Roswell incident and the formation of Area 51 and
let's touch on that real quick.
The whole thing.
So we got all these experts. You got this guy's probably assembled basically a dream team of unexplained phenomenons.
Yep.
He has all these scientists and experts.
Defense contractors for DARPA and the Army. Tim Ryan has millions of dollars of patents and funding for phased array systems and directed energy weapons and EMPs and ground penetrating radar devices. And
you mentioned there was they had a club name or something?
Their whole group, through the Rockefellers, they called themselves the Aviary.
Aviary.
And they all have different nicknames like Nightingale and Mockingbird and the Owl and the Pigeon and the Penguin.
So they had code names. There were birds.
Yeah.
And the group was called the Aviary.
Yes. And these guys were basically going around to different places with a ton of government funding, and they were supposed to be recovering UFOs.
I know those motherfuckers had a secret handshake.
Yeah.
Fucking code word, a fucking pigeon and owl and the raven.
Yeah.
They're probably like, caw-caw, yelling some fucking bird gibberish and shit and fucking doing some, that sounds like some crazy ass, what's that damn group that Alex Jones rolled up on? With
Bohemian Grove.
Bohemian Grove.
Yeah.
They have a Bohemian Grove, eye drop tattoo on their face and shit.
They might have.
So they are he's got a whole team assembled. Yeah. And this is before the internet's super poppin'. You can't really just Google these people.
96. The photos were taken of them up there in 1996. And it goes back even weirder because before that, the Ronald Reagan's Star Wars program was up there pretending that they were doing archaeology. And then the MX missile program was up there. And then clear back into World War II at Mount Wilson, the original owner, he went from a nobody to a senator, all during the same time as the Roswell crash supposedly happened.
So that's what I want to talk about.
Yeah.
So Roswell happens, the legendary story that in Roswell, New Mexico,
1947.
We all heard the story, an alien crashed and UFO, and They did the whole like, oh, you can't get over here. There's a chemical spill or something, you know, just
Right.
like the traditional Hollywood movie. And you got all these people in fucking hazmat suits or whatever be the case. So the government's rolling in, trying to shut shit down. But you had mentioned a theory that you have that I found extremely interesting. Please elaborate.
Yeah. So I'll go back. I'll just do the linear timeline so
Go
it
ahead,
makes
please.
sense, and I'll bring it all the way up to Bigelow, and then we can even bring it to the congressional hearings with David Grush, and that whole thing going on right now, talking about how they have recovered craft and biologics that he said in front of the U.S. Congress. And I think that this is all tied back into the follow-up work that Bigelow's team was doing after they recovered something from Mount Wilson in the 1940s. So what happened was, in the 1930s, the original owner at Mount Wilson is a guy named E.L. Norris, and he married a wealthy like actress lady out of Los Angeles who was doing like stage acting, and they moved to Nevada. It had like the saloon and all that stuff there. There's like an old 1800s Wild West saloon. There's a whole 1800s miner's cabin. The history goes even older than that because there's ancient indigenous artifacts up there. We've found 10-inch long obsidian spearheads, arrowheads, boxes of them, ancient pottery. There's petroglyphs and stone ritual circles and grinding stones. The whole place was inhabited by Native Americans for thousands of years. And the legends up there even go back to like legends of the giants. There's like Lovelock.
Well, hold on. Let's back. You're getting my dick rock hard.
Yeah, we're getting into like
let's go back to the
ancient
so
technology
give me,
underground.
Give me the correlation between Roswell crash and what you're pondering, the theory that you have.
Yeah, so the Roswell thing is the idea that, like Bob Lazar on Joe Rogan admitted that the UFO, one of the UFOs that he saw, came from an archaeological dig, that it didn't get shot down from the sky, it wasn't captured or crashed, that they actually recovered it from an archaeological dig that was like 20 million years old. And that story fits exactly with Mount Wilson Ranch and the timeline. So when E.L. Norris was there, he went from a nobody to filing.
E.L. Norris is the original owner
of Mount Wilson in Nevada, just like 100 miles north of Area 51. This is before Area 51.
Okay, so
Area 51 was formed in 1951, I think, because of what happened.
So you're speculating, and your theory is that before Area 51,
yes,
something was discovered and being researched, and
there was
at.
There was pilots out of Nellis Air Force Base that were taking off and flying routine training flights, and they were encountering what they were calling fast walkers and foo fighters. So they were running into these flying objects, some of them the size of football fields and football stadiums, and they would chase these things around the Nevada desert and then watch them fly into the bottom of a mountain. Like they would fly and disappear into the bottom of this big mountain. And that mountain was Mount Wilson Ranch. And so they have to deal with that and go up there and talk to E.L. Norris. This is the speculation that all of a sudden E.L. Norris files this massive mining collective paperwork, and he files to have all these mining rights in the community and basically owns all the rights to the mining in that whole county, basically. And then this whole operation happens, and the next thing you know, like after Roswell in 1949, he's like a senator of Nevada and super wealthy. And he's all connected in with Benny Binion's at Binion's Casino and like all this stuff, and like this huge, powerful person in Nevada. But before his mining operation, there's like nothing. And so this is all like in the 30s. And so like in 1946 or right before then, in some of Jacques Vallée's fictional books, which he's one of the guys that we have pictures of up at Mount Wilson Ranch, in 1996, he publishes this book called Fast Walker, where he even talks about how Roswell was a decoy, a cover story that they came up with, where they intentionally crashed secret technology and a weird thing out in the desert to hide what actually happened at an archaeological dig in Nevada. And he says that in his fictional books, almost like this form of soft disclosure. But when you look at the timeline, when the archaeological digging and the mining was going on at Mount Wilson Ranch, all of a sudden it's like E.L. Norris gets super wealthy. A year later, the Roswell thing happens in New Mexico. But like, there's no armed guards at Roswell. There's no research facility. There's no Area 51 there at Roswell. There's nothing. It's just like a grass field, like a desert field right now. But right by Mount Wilson, before there was Area 51, like something happened. There was major digging, major tunneling. We found a lot of evidence. We've even dug up some of their equipment since then. So the new owner now, Jeff, him and I have gone up there and found all this evidence that they were there. And they were doing mining underground. So the theory is that at Mount Wilson Ranch, they got access into this ancient tunnel system that the indigenous people knew about. And they got in there and they ran into what they might have considered ancient technology or something like that. But basically the idea is they ran into this alien tech underground in these cave systems. And what they ran into down there, they recovered or got some of or whatever. And then a year later came up with the whole plan to stage Roswell as a decoy. Like, so that everybody would be looking up at the sky instead of going and looking in caves. And they would have this whole different alternate version of what aliens are. But like fast forward now, and it's like this whole talk of skinwalkers and interdimensional beings, and this whole idea of them being ultra-terrestrials or crypto-terrestrials and living like in the underworld in some way is now all trying to come out. You know, it's no longer just UFOs are spaceships coming from Mars and outer space. Like, this whole spectrum is open now and people are coming to terms with this. But every single one of those government programs that went up there were like they were pretending to do something else while they were digging and trying to get into these tunnel systems underground, even to the point that like Howard Hughes put an airport, like a runway up there right by Mount Wilson.
So tell me about the Howard Hughes thing. So there's speculation, or is it a fact?
That's a fact. Like, Howard Hughes's main contractor and one of his best friends is on the paperwork as one of the owners of Mount Wilson, basically right before Bigelow buys it. And
before Robert Bigelow buys Mount Wilson, there's another contractor that was best friends with Howard Hughes.
Howard Hughes, yeah.
And you mentioned that y'all have even found like equipment and stuff, or
tons
things, tons of
we've
things.
We've pulled
that were owned.
I can't really say everything that we found because it's coming out in season 2 of Beyond Skinwalker, so I'm under contract. But we literally pulled out equipment, entire vehicles that belong to those guys, and everything out of, like, we've pulled up on a mountain where there's not anything. It just looks like a hole in the ground or something. We're pulling out like tracks and equipment.
What
and
do
rails.
you think? What do you think they were doing there?
Everything that we're finding is that there was a giant mine shaft or a tunnel shaft that goes down and connects to a tunnel network underground that connects to what I believe is a giant interdimensional UFO or like a ancient technology or something underground.
So you did say something that really resonated with me about the Roswell incident in New Mexico.
Yeah.
And then you have Mount Wilson, that you had said that it doesn't make sense for them to transport spacecraft that whatever it was or whatever it could have been. They wouldn't have wanted to drive it or move it from New Mexico to Area 51.
Yeah.
But ironically, how many miles is Mount Wilson from Area 51?
Like 90.
So
you could drive on a dirt road and be there like in 3 hours.
So you could have easily transported some type of spaceship or UFO, whatever you want to call it, much easier from Mount Wilson to Area 51. And from what I've seen and what I've researched is that there's a lot of like areas that have caves and tunnels that seem like maybe it went into that direction? I'm not a
There's over
a geologist, but
there's like 62 different tunnel systems or something like around in those mountain ranges and everything. And Mount Wilson specifically, only 2 of them they know of are open and have been in.
There's like a house that looks like it has like a fence around it, and it has like running water, has a well, and it has electricity, but you don't ever see anybody there. I believe that's also in the area, and there was some type of like underground entrance that's like kind of like sealed off. What can you tell me about that?
Yeah, so there's an old like settler's cabin. That might be what you're talking about, like the log cabin. Yeah, it's an old 1800 settler's cabin. So when the town of Pioche was first formed, like when they would ride the stagecoach up to Mount Wilson, like the miners would come and go and get supplies, and they all stayed in that cabin. And then later, like the whole camp got established, and they built the saloon and the restaurant and all that stuff up there. And now there's like army barracks and all that, like.
So there's a military presence.
There was, yeah. The MX missile program, and like before that, the Howard Hughes, we mentioned the evidence of his, like his best friend and right-hand man, and one of his contractors was on the paperwork as the owner and all that. And
none of this is like speculation for those who are listening, and you're, I guess you could say, you're more of a pessimistic person or a non-believer. You can like everything that you're speaking of, you can find online, and there's documentation and
the list trails. Of owners. Jeff has the list of ownership that goes back, and I just looked up and found the owner information about E.L. Norris and that timeline, and pieced all that history together for Jeff, the current owner. And so we're still figuring a lot of that out. Like the connections with E.L. Norris and Roswell is stuff that I've just pieced together in the last few months.
I feel like you bring a fresh pair of eyes and thoughts process on investigating a lot of this stuff, because just to let our audience know, we've spent the last almost 3 days hanging out and talking, and there has been some things that you're just like, yeah, this is bullshit. So I really feel that the audience needs to know that you're not like a typical guy who just like, just buys into anything. Like, oh, I Googled it. Like, you have always kind of come off like, all right, I'm open, but I'm also speculating. And even some things that you thought were reality, you had found out they weren't. And unfortunately, it was very disheartening, but you had to come to the grips with that. All right, this is not true. And it had nothing to do with Mount Wilson or Skinwalker Ranch, but just when you're in this realm of investigating, sometimes you can see the bullshit, and there's a lot of like some of that going on at times. Yeah,
there's a lot of people, that have full TV shows and are try to get on TV and other stuff. And yeah, when I've gone and worked with them and tried to collaborate with them, they're more interested in staging and hoaxing and pretending to look this way, and they want to use me like a useful idiot, like I'm going to go along with it, or they're trying to trick me. But I break the rules and stuff. Like I'll go under their caution tape, and I'll lift the tarps, and I'll look here and there. Yeah, and it is disheartening, but at the same time, that's kind of the path that I'm on. Like I did that with Mormonism, like I figured out that my own belief system and the church and all that stuff and the problems with that. So I don't just take what people are telling me,
So sometimes you have to find out Santa Claus ain't real.
Yeah. And I even started at Skinwalker Ranch that way too. Like I went up there just thinking like, I'm going to go up there and debunk this. I'm going to Scooby-Doo it. And because I had done that in a couple of other places,
And this is coming from a guy who possibly got finger fucked by some goblin extraterrestrials at a summer party, and you're still coming in to a new place or new experience, and with the data you're researching, and you're coming in like, all right, what do you got? And you're not. So what I'm really trying to convey to our audience is that you're not just like gullibly like believing anything and everything and then just buying into it. You're feeling people out. You're getting to know people. Some of these places you have access to, you can't just show up. There's a lot of like red tape. They have to feel you out. They want to know what the hell you want, what you're doing, that type of thing. And I think it's really cool because, I mean, you've been able to. Here's the thing: what also the audience needs to know is that Carl Crusher isn't just like some guy on the internet fucking Googling things. You're like an everyday kind of Indiana Jones type of guy. I've watched hours of you climbing into fucking tunnels and caves that I got a slight panic attack and started hyperventilating just watching. Like, we're talking tunnels that my big ass head would have to go sideways to even get into, and you're not being a pussy about it. You're going in and your feet on the ground, hands on. You're not like, a lot of people can research these things and go on podcasts and everything like that, but they're not like walking the grounds. I've watched you go out and deep into the desert all by yourself. You know, it's not like you don't have a team of people or anything like that.
It never mattered for me if I was sleeping in my own bed or just over at my buddy's house. So what difference does it make? Like, for me to go out on my terms, on my own free will, that I'm the one knocking on their door now or trying to make contact in the way that I want, to me is empowering. It's more like, instead of just waiting to get snatched again, it's me going face first into the darkness, and to face those shadows and to look them in the eye. And I've done a lot of that. I mean, I've literally had those sleep paralysis episodes as an adult, and because of my meditation training and what I've done with like the Monroe Institute Gateway stuff and remote viewing, I straight up go right into it like a confrontation, to get answers. But
God damn, fuck you, Miguel. Fuck you. What are you gonna do to the goblin? It's like, do you think some of your journeys is? Hey, can you type a little softer over there, Miguel? Jesus Christ, he's like, yeah. So, what I really need the audience to know is that most people could, like, even myself, I've been guilty of seeing a fucking juicy ass meme. I'm like, ooh, or a fucking sweet ass TikTok. I'm like, check it out, boys. Start massing, sending out the shit. But you've seen things that you might have wanted to believe was real, but you would be like, man, under my professional opinion, this isn't what it is, or maybe some type of unexplained occurrence or phenomenons. You would say, hey, I think in my opinion it could have been like, car lights, or hey, whatever. Yeah. All these like different things that you're really researching. So it's not like you're like an internet warrior and you just have an opinion. You're doing the research, you're digging through things, you're finding things that some of these people who own these places don't even know.
Yeah,
you're aggressively you're unturning every stone in a way, So that type of stuff, I really, really like. The audience needs to know that.
Yeah,
this isn't just a typical like, oh yeah, you fucking heard a story of blah blah blah. Here it is. You're not doing it for clicks. A lot of your content on your YouTube channel, which has over 3 million subscribers, it's not like fancy cuts and edits. It's just like straight raw, and you're just letting the cameras roll, and then you're just finding things and
yeah, a lot of that's intentional. Like my approach to the slower, the less, like the whole less edited. Yeah, like the whole less edited thing. Part of that is because critics, when they come back, if they see a lot of editing, they're going to be more primed to think that I, just augmented everything with music. And so, like, if there's specific places, especially when I'm around ancient artifacts and petroglyphs or ritual sites that are sacred to certain people, like, I try to be really more just truthful. And my attitude is, when I get out there, instead of trying to take people on a wild ride, I try to treat my camera like they're there with me. So it's, I'm there alone on the hike, but I pretend like that camera is my buddy that's there with me hanging out, and they're experiencing the whole thing. But I try to keep it raw, because the more I edit it, it is more entertaining and like more fun, but it comes off more fake. Like I'm just trying to make an entertaining show.
Yeah, like
I would rather
anyone
get
else
less
would-
views and like speak the truth and have it come through, and let people find it, than worry about all that. But
Basically, what I'm trying to say is, a lot of people in your shoes, it would have some crazy sensational like, did I just get fucked by an alien? Click here and find out. And I see a lot of like content creators online, especially these fucking TikTokers, and they're like, bro, I'll tell you about the time I fucking got abducted. And then it's like, you're just like, hey, today we're gonna look at this, and then you're just rolling, and you're just kind of like, in the owner Jeff. Tell me about Jeff, like, and tell me how he wound up acquiring Mount Wilson.
yeah, Jeff, he was, he made good money doing like a window tinting business. So he was doing a lot
window
of cool...
tinting to owning one of the most
Yeah.
unexplained paranormal fucking extraterrestrial unexplained government fucking crazy background ranches. Okay,
Jeff's badass. He's awesome like that. Yeah. He's a
from
misfit.
what I've seen and heard of him, he's like one of us. He's just like
Totally.
one of the boys, likes to fuck around, have fun, and I've seen videos of y'all like shooting fireworks at each other in a cave and shit,
Yeah.
Someone 100 years from here, like, I think that they used fire, and it's gonna be like sulfur fireworks from fucking goddamn China. And they're like, I think the Chinese were down in this cave. You're gonna derail a whole investigation one
Shooting
day.
bottle rockets at each other.
Yeah, just because you're shooting your fucking fireworks off. But back to Jeff.
Yeah, so Jeff, like, he sees an ad in the newspaper for this ranch for sale, and in his mind, he's like, wow, it has like a whole saloon and everything. And he wanted to do like what you're doing, like have a whole clubhouse where his friends and people could come up and party at the saloon. That was like his dream. But when he goes to the interview to buy it or to talk about buying it, it's at Bigelow's place, and he realizes it's Robert Bigelow's property.
So there's just a small little classified ad.
Yeah.
And it's like, hey, you want to buy a 120-acre ranch?
Yep.
Click here, motherfuckers.
Yeah, here's the phone number. Yeah.
And he calls, and then he winds up going, he gets an address.
He goes to Bigelow's office, and it ends up being Robert Bigelow. And Bigelow tells him a little bit about the ranch.
So does he like just show up to fucking some big ass crazy corporate like building?
It's
like
not a big
Bigelow
corporate building.
Aerospace?
It looks like a giant gingerbread house. Like, it's crazy. It's so old school, straight out of the like 70s.
You were telling
Nothing
me,
is updated. He
Yeah, you were
doesn't have any computers in there other than his secretary's front desk computer.
So the man
He uses
who
all
owned,
analog typewriters, like
So Robert
just
Bigelow,
like Howard Hughes,
Yeah,
like
so Robert Bigelow, the man who owned Skinwalker Ranch and Mount Wilson, didn't have like computers. He used like old school typewriters, nothing electronic.
very analog. And a lot of that is because there's two sides to all this UFO stuff. He's aware of all the spoofing and the MK Ultra mind control stuff and how they can use your technology to do things. And so a lot of these guys that know about the phenomenon and are into UFO stuff, like even Nikola Tesla, like at the end of his life, everybody thought he was gone crazy talking to birds, but it was because he got rid of his radio. He wouldn't have any electronics in his house, and he was using carrier pigeons to communicate again, because he didn't want any electronics in his house because he knew they could be used against him. And
That's definitely kind of, I would say, telling of something, because either this guy's been he's definitely going off the deep end, or he knew something that he believed in and was trying to protect himself.
Yeah. He told Jeff when he sold him the property that he believed that there was an alien base. He told Jeff, he said, there's an alien structure under that mountain.
Robert Bigelow,
Yes.
in the middle of meeting with Jeff, the now current owner, he told him there was a what?
An alien base under the mountain.
He should have put that in the classified ad. I think he would have got a few more calls.
Yeah.
And what was Jeff's response?
He was just like, whatever. Like, okay, like, sounds cool. Like, didn't really care about that part, honestly, until like moving into the property and living there. Bigelow also told him that he saw like a ghost of a Native American when he was like a sleep paralysis episode, just like I've had. Bigelow tells this story like he was sleeping in this one room across from the saloon, and wakes up in the night, and there's this like tall Native American, they call him the shaman, appeared to him and literally pointed at him and told him to leave. And
Robert Bigelow was getting chased away from fucking Indian ghost shamans?
Yeah, I talked to a man that was up there and talked to Bigelow the morning after that happened. The guy was working for the phone company, and he was up there working on the phone lines for the ranch. And Bigelow, he said that Bigelow was going around that whole day telling everybody, you wouldn't believe what happened to me last night. And he told him the whole story. And this guy's told me the story. And he said that Bigelow told him that they had their plan, just like Close Encounters of the Third Kind, that they were at Mount Wilson to try, and basically they were going to capture a UFO that was coming and going out of the mountain. They were going to EMP it and capture it. He didn't call it EMP because it's back in the 90s, 1996 or whatever. But they were going to capture a UFO, and then they had big freezers, box freezers. They were going to literally try to lure in the extraterrestrials and then flash freeze them and transport them to Area 51. And that sounds fucking bonkers until you see what we've dug out of the ground up there.
So if anyone's not familiar with this, such as myself, because I literally live for this shit, and you obviously are living this and experiencing it. And
oh, yeah.
Like, it's kind of taken over a major portion of your life. Robert Bigelow was working with the United States government for, I think, like over 20 years, like basically running a black budgeted,
yep.
secret, off the record, I don't know how many millions of dollars, or
yeah.
What do you know about that?
Yeah, they had tons of funding. So they talk about just the main funding that they had for Skinwalker Ranch, like the $22 million that they got for all of that. But when you look at the other characters and the other people that are in those photos in 1996 up at Mount Wilson, which is the same year that the metamaterials from Roswell supposedly turn up in Las Vegas at Art Bell's desk at Coast to Coast AM. Like all
Which
this,
is a world-renowned, very popular conspiracy extraterrestrial radio station that has kind of always been like the forefront of talking about this stuff.
Yes.
So they brought, who brought metamaterials to Coast?
The story is that some anonymous...
Hold on. What is metamaterials? Let's say that.
Let's back up there.
Like fucking Facebook, fucking Ash. Like, what are we talking about here?
Metamaterials is a nickname that they've given to like exotic extraterrestrial material, like
things are not
specifically
indigenous to Earth.
Right. Specifically, we're talking about an alloy that they have that showed up in a shoebox full of tissue paper at Art Bell's desk in 1996, and
Art Bell is who?
Art Bell is the journalist who has this conspiracy radio talk show host channel called Coast to Coast AM in Las Vegas.
There's a lot of Polaroid photos, a giant cork board, and a lot of strings of yarn going everywhere. So I hope you're following along at home, kids.
Yeah. So all of a sudden, this metamaterials, which is like unknown metal or materials that they don't know, it doesn't fit in, like stuff that seems like it's from the fucking future or whatever. And this box of materials shows up at Art Bell's desk in 1996, and there's a letter in there, and it's from some anonymous person claiming that they were there when the Roswell crash happened, and that they hid some of this material, and then it was given to them from their dad or something like that, and they felt that Art Bell should have it, and so they put it in a shoebox, wrote this letter, and mail it to Art Bell. And then Linda Moulton Howe goes on the Art Bell show on Coast to Coast AM, and they talk all about the bismuth. It's this bismuth, zinc, and exotic alloy. And I personally also believe that this metal and metamaterial is also has biologics to it. Which what I mean by that is, in the metal itself is infused DNA. There's biological material in the craft itself. This is a whole other
all right, so inside the metamaterial, which is materials that are not indigenous to Earth, you believe there was non-human biologics, like DNA, inside of this material. Go ahead.
Yeah. So like in the U.S. congressional hearings now, they're talking about how they've recovered craft and materials, but then they also say biologics, and they don't say bodies, they don't say any of that. They just say biologics. And
so they got like shards of alien dick or something and some crystals.
Well, basically, like imagine that the craft itself is a living thing, like a. It's hard for us to fathom, but instead of it being a vehicle, it is also the phenomena. The craft itself is sentient. Like so, to get a piece of a UFO is going to have biological, like DNA type properties and genetics infused into it, so that the pilots of the craft are literally genetically tied into the craft itself.
I can say one thing: if you were to run some scans on some Spirit Airlines fucking seats, there'd probably be some fucking human biologics in that shit too. So makes sense. So aliens probably get swamp ass while they're flying around the galaxy, and their non-ball sweat is going through these alloys and these fucking things.
Right.
So that's some pretty heavy shit. I mean,
well, you have to line the dates up though, so because this in 1996 is when the shoebox of metamaterials, which is like this piece of bismuth, zinc, alloy, weird stuff that shows up at Art Bell's desk. But they claiming in the letter that it came from Roswell, right? But where were all those guys in 1996? We have pictures of all of those guys: Bigelow, Hal Puthoff, Eric Davis, Tim Ryan, Jacques Vallée. Where they actually were was at Mount Wilson Ranch in Nevada. Meanwhile, Jacques Vallée is writing in his fictional books about how Roswell, he literally writes in the book Fast Walker, like it's a fictional story, how they recovered a UFO underground at an archaeological dig in the early 1940s, a year before Roswell. And then they did a fake crash in New Mexico as a cover-up to hide what they did in Nevada, where they recovered a UFO from an archaeological dig. It didn't get crashed from the sky. It was dug up from the ground. And then Bob Lazar has even come out on the Joe Rogan podcast and flat out said that the UFO that he saw at Area 51 was from an archaeological dig. And the names and the dates.
That's I don't know if everyone's following that, but that's you're putting together a timeline, and you've got these photos. Which which I personally have too, and they're on your YouTube channel, and you can see them. They're a part of the Beyond Skinwalker Ranch series on the History Channel. So this isn't like speculation. All these world-renowned researchers and scientists and geologists and fucking UFO experts and all this other shit, they're being seen at Mount Wilson the same time.
Yeah.
It seems like who was the guy with the book again?
Jacques Vallée.
Jacques Vallée was, I guess, trying to disclose something and did it maybe through a fictional book.
Yeah, so the book's called Fast Walker. He originally published it in 1986, and then he publishes it in English in 1996, the same year that they're all in the pictures up at Mount Wilson Ranch, and the exact same year, 1996, when the metamaterials show up in Art Bell's desk. And Jacques Vallée writes in that book about how they literally, there's a whole chapter in there where they pick a journalist in Vegas that they're going to plant a fake story with, blame it on Roswell to hide what they found in Nevada.
So he kind of like
straight up tells
whistle blows.
Yeah.
And is basically saying Roswell, New Mexico is a bunch of bullshit, that the real Roswell, New Mexico is Mount Wilson.
And it wasn't a crash from the sky. It was something that they got out of a tunnel system, they call it an archaeological dig. And it makes sense because like if they recovered some ancient technology or some buried craft or device or TARDIS thing like from Doctor who knows what the hell, why would they try to move it clear across New Mexico to Area 51?
And
it makes sense that they would just go 80 miles south to Groom Lake, and then 2 years later, after they get the Roswell thing, there's 1951 is when Area 51 is formed.
So how far is Roswell, New Mexico from Area 51?
3 states away.
Okay. And how far, once again, for those at home, is Mount Wilson and Area 51?
2-hour drive
So
through the middle of nowhere. There's nobody there. I mean, as soon as you cross the highway and you go past the Bristol mines, you're not going to see anybody until you're literally at Groom Lake. No
wow.
one.
So
There's no other houses, nothing
so
out there.
That's some pretty, like, I would say heavy, like some. That's definitely something to ponder. Does anyone else share these opinions?
I mean, a lot of the people
Has
that
anyone
have now,
put that together?
I think I'm the first one. Like me and Jeff, I think, have figured out like the connections and the photos of all of them and the names and dates. It matches 100% better with Mount Wilson Ranch and the digging going on there than it does even Roswell. Like,
How do you think you can present this to that, like the evidence that you have? How do you present that to, other than coming on my podcast? How do you convey this to these very, very ironic, coincidental circumstances that are very like I mean, you have receipts basically and timestamps of these people that are claiming things, and you have the what's his name again?
Jacques Vallée.
Oh, Jacques Vallée.
Eric Davis,
this French
all those
motherfucker, basically trying to. So it seems like he was subliminally saying, "Hey, this is a story that is just not real."
Yeah.
Wink, wink, and then, but you've got
and Eric Davis up there, the Eric Davis memo. That's one of the biggest things right now. That's an official government document. That's proven, and that was a whole conversation between this physicist, Dr. Eric Davis, and on the Admiral Wilson, who is the head of the Defense Intelligence Agency. And it's an official conversation between those two men about a UFO crash recovery program where there was materials that they used to have access to, and now they can't get back into that program. And they were talking about how they're going to approach this. How are we going to get access to these files again? And Eric Davis is in those same pictures with Bigelow and Hal Puthoff and Jacques Vallée in 1996, all up at Mount Wilson. There's more evidence for Mount Wilson going all the way back to the 1930s than anywhere else in the country. Even, I mean, before Bigelow bought Skinwalker Ranch, it was just the Sherman family. But at Mount Wilson, before Bigelow, it was the Star Wars program, the MX missile program, every government agency you can think of back to the beginning, clear into World War II. Like, you can't even break the timeline. Like, every major government agency was funding someone that was up there in 1996, the same year that this box of metamaterials shows up in Vegas.
Yeah, wow, that's
And why doesn't it show up like at a reporter in New Mexico? Why does it show up at Art Bell's desk in Las Vegas? Again, it's just like a good 2-hour drive away. It's all too convenient.
So we need to defund Roswell, New Mexico. We need to send a cease and desist to them, strip them of their fucking alien cafes and fucking, there's some probably alien motel there. Like, Mount Wilson should go shit all over fucking Roswell, New Mexico.
Well, there's a chance that like something did go down and was weird. Maybe both happened because like Bob Lazar also says there was 9 craft. So maybe not just Mount Wilson. Maybe they did capture others. Maybe we went into other countries, and maybe there wasn't weapons of mass destruction. Maybe there was, this kind of stuff they were looking for.
Oh, that's pretty crazy. That's, I mean, from what I know and what we've discussed and what you've seen. You've definitely put a lot of time into this. Like, you've dedicated your entire life basically to eat, breathe, and sleep in this stuff. And you don't have like a pony in the race. You don't have there's no you're just.
My life has gotten way harder. It'd be so much easier for me to just play video games and do my YouTube channel. Like, I could just go run around Vegas and vlog or whatever. But I want to figure out my life and
all right, that's a lot to take in. I would definitely look forward to seeing a way that you could possibly solidify that.
The way to do it is we get back into the tunnel system, we get access to it again, we prove that there is still something underground at Mount Wilson. We go in there and see what's left, or we try to recover what they missed. If there is still, I personally believe that the evidence that we're finding working with the History Channel now is proving that there's something still there, and that we're attempting to not only get access to it, but we're actually communicating with the thing. I know roughly the dimensions and how deep the thing is and everything.
Please indulge.
Like down in the lower meadow, you mentioned that the cabin, where there was stuff done. We have photos of all of Bigelow's team up there, and they're down in front of this old 1800 settlers cabin. And so we're like, what are they down there looking for? We've gone to all these exact spots where they are in these pictures, like it's important. And we start using ground penetrating radar, magnetometers, radiation sensors, EMF detectors, doing remote viewing and everything. We even bring up like people that claim to be psychic and all kinds of stuff. And we just like say, where do you feel like the center of energy
Yo, Cleo,
is?
come over here and go stand on this rock and tell me where you start to vibrate.
I literally looked for Cleo. I was like, who the fuck are you talking
Call
to?
me now for your free psychic reading. I got this alien spaceship that's down below. It's talking to me, man.
Yeah, we'll just let people loose. Jeff did the same thing to me. So like the first time I went up there, he was like, yeah, there might be something down here. Walk around and see what you think. And so I walk around and I'm shit you not. Everybody winds up standing in the same spot in that meadow being like, oh, there's something here underground. And when we go out with our equipment, we get way higher radiation levels, electromagnetic field spikes. And when the History Channel came, we brought advanced equipment. We had like very, very sensitive.
They got that History Channel money. They brought the big toys out.
Yeah, like infrasound. I mean, we were watching meteorites come in and watching all the satellite traffic, everything, and all the frequencies and spectrums. And we get this really powerful ultra low frequency is transmitting from the meadow. So there's something buried underground that is pulsing and sending a frequency up through the earth. And it's in this ultra low frequency it's not audible to the human ear, but with equipment you can detect it, and it will just boom, 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 like it's this pulsing something, like it has a heartbeat or is like sending this energy up through the earth. And so when we copy that frequency and we transmit it back, it responds, and we get a form of communication that actually has what sounds like ticking and chatter, almost like a form of communication in it.
So you're duplicating some type of frequency that you're getting from
Yes.
your readings, and you're projecting it back to where it's coming from, and then it's responding in some type of what, like
Just
alien
like-
Morse code?
Just like Close Encounters of the... Yeah, really. If you
Come
heard
down
it,
here.
Yeah.
We got some good alien pussy.
It sounds like a... yeah, it's like a really loud, like a whoa, vibrating noise, but inside it is all this crackling, like this chirping and clicking and weird sounds and stuff in it. But it is to the point where, like, Jacques Vallée was doing those experiments, and like in the movie Close Encounters of the Third Kind, they're using like lasers and light and sound, almost like a DJ, and playing music. And so we emulated that, and we've used powerful laser grid equipment and pointed it right at the mountain and done all those Close Encounters experiments and played those frequencies and music out. And I'm not shitting you. We capture things flying over on the Skywatch cameras. Like right when we run those experiments, we get these spikes in the ultra low frequency, like it responds, and we recorded all of it. We capture the stuff flying overhead at the same time.
So by transmitting different frequencies and manipulating light and basically projecting some type of energy, whether it be light or sound or whatever, vibrations or however you want to read the frequency.
Yeah.
You're getting actual responses, and you're seeing
Clear.
It's almost like it's being triggered. It's responding to your messaging.
Sometimes almost like it's before we would transmit the signal. Like I'd be standing there with like Jeff and Andrew Bustamante from the show, and we'd
former CIA
guy up there, and we'd be
really
running this.
good ass hair, real good.
Yeah.
Curly.
Yeah.
Handsome dude.
He is a handsome dude.
Yeah.
Him and Paul Beeben, yeah. And they were running we would run this whole experiment, and sometimes, like, I'd be like, why don't we try to do a lower frequency, and we would just start talking about it, and as he would go to push the button to like adjust the settings, the signal would go woo, and it would answer just like as we were going to do the setting, and we even caught all of that. And then when we would change the signal and transmit like a higher frequency, we would wait, and there'd be about a 7 to 10 second delay, and then we would get the same response, like it would like a parrot. It would answer back, and we bring in these extra guys like ground penetrating radar people that can use magnetometers and stuff and try to see if there's metal objects underground. And so they fly this drone over that whole meadow, and we get all kinds of anomalies. First of all, it tells the drones, the GPS on the drone, it crashes the drone right out of the sky. So
I've seen that. So
yeah.
it's like, imagine these big time Hollywood fucks show up with their fancy gear.
$20,000 drone.
And you're like, oh, whatever, you goddamn fucking weirdos. Don't work. Just let us professionals handle this. And y'all are kind of just, you and Jeff are like, all right, motherfucker, we told you.
Yeah.
And they fly these $20,000 drones up, and then they completely just go ape shit.
Yeah, so it's flying up there, and then it just starts swerving all over and just nosedives into a tree, and they go pull the data off of it, and the whole time that thing is flying, the GPS recorded that it was flying over parts of Cuba and the Bermuda Triangle. Like
I've seen that.
It wasn't even
crazy.
in Nevada, and it happened again when they came back. So we had the team come back when they came back.
So you have a pattern of
yes.
unexplained anomalies on the detection of the GPS from the drones.
But it's still magnetometer still detected a giant 500-foot arrowhead shaped object that is highly ferrous, meaning that it's like conductive of electricity and energy. So it's like, and on the Ferris charts, it ranked higher than water, so it couldn't be an aquifer, and it even ranked higher than solid gold. So it's a solid metal object, 500 feet across, 200 feet down or more.
So 200 feet down.
Yeah.
In the meadow.
Yeah. It's a 500-foot
wide
solid metal object that's more ferrously active than solid gold.
That's huge.
Yeah.
It's deep and wide, and it's coming up on y'all's like GPR. Like what was the exact device you used to read it?
Yeah, it's a magnetometer. Yeah. So it penetrates down in the ground. It doesn't get exact depths, but it can detect whether there's magnetic interference, giant metal objects, or basically machines and stuff is what it's looking for.
So in your opinion,
iron.
What do you think is down there?
I think it's what all these government teams were accessing. I think it's the fast walker, the alien artifact or ancient technology. I'm not we can call it alien artifacts, but if it's been underground for 20 million years or some shit, like it's archaic, it's always been here. But I think this thing is some sort of like a frequency emitter and there's probably like a probe that's embedded into our earth. I think it comes and goes. I think it phases in and out of our dimension of reality and moves to other places, maybe from Mount Wilson to Skinwalker Ranch, and then maybe other locations. Like it moves around. And
for those who are listening and watching this, how far is Skinwalker Ranch from Mount Wilson?
It's about a 5-hour drive northeast. It all falls on the exact same ancient indigenous trade route path, though, that has been used since the time of Montezuma and the Aztec Empire, though. Like this,
as if the story couldn't get more complex. We've got a lot of shit we're covering.
Half of the reason that I went to Mount Wilson is because my Native American friend Roger, he has these maps he inherited in this system that he got from his grandfather that shows all these ancient trade routes, and he basically told me there was shit there. Like I was looking at these ancient petroglyphs, and on a map.
So he's got the fucking Goonies One Eye Willie treasure map, and you're seeing records of indigenous trade routes that are going parallel, like
right onto Skinwalker Ranch, right onto Mount Wilson Ranch, right over Groom Lake and Area 51, and like every like a grid over every major site, every major military installation, and even like, and these you can draw a straight line on the map, and they connect to places like Easter Island and the Stonehenge and stuff.
So we're talking, not only does Area 51, which is the northest part, and then Mount Wilson is south of it, south like east.
Mount Wilson's northeast of Area 51. Yeah.
Okay,
so there's
so
like
Mount
Vegas,
Wilson.
Area 51 and the Nevada test site takes up almost like 2/3 of Nevada, but like Mount Wilson is tucked up like about 80-90 miles, like as a crow flies from. If you took off from the airport, like in a regular small Cessna
From Vegas or,
yeah,
or Janet Airlines?
From Area 51. If you go on Google Earth, you take off the runway there, you go like a straight line and it lands on the runway that Howard Hughes built at Mount Wilson.
So Vegas is the southern point?
Yeah.
And then what's the first place I head up as I go north?
As soon as you start to go north, you're going to hit Nellis Air Force Base is off the right side of the freeway by all that NASCAR stadium and everything. Mm-hmm. So there's a huge Air Force base there. And then all those mountains on the north side of the freeway, on the other side of those mountains is all the Nevada test site. So if you got on the freeway and headed west, you're going to hit Indian Springs, and that's all Nevada test site. And like Area 51 is just one area of dozens of areas out there. There's like S1,
and then,
S2,
and then
all these
what would I hit first? Would I hit Skinwalker or would I hit Mount Wilson?
Mount Wilson. So you would have to go all the way around Area 51. The first places that you're going to hit is like Rachel, Nevada, and the Little Alien.
I've been there with the old alien brothel.
You're literally
shout out to the alien brothel, that prostitute that wanted $500 to dress up like an alien and fuck my homie. I was like, listen, we talked about it. I went to the whole like you can't stop us all Storm Area 51 thing. Yeah. That's a whole nother podcast. I also had some very unexplainable situations occur.
You did,
but so there's like some type of energy in the ground, like a grid. Is that separate from this device that you believe?
I think it's all connected. I think that like what everybody talks about, these ley lines and the energy fields of the earth and all that, and it all falls in the same paths as all this stuff. And why wouldn't like where these phenomena occur, like at Skinwalker Ranch and Mount Wilson, where there's not only UFO sightings all the time, but all the locals have these abduction stories and paranormal encounters and seeing dead relatives in their living room and ghost stories, and all. It's like a weird glitch in time happens.
So what was crazy about Skinwalker Ranch, I was like, holy fuck, there's this place and and all this stuff going on. And I try to tell my homies, and sometimes I just have to like bite my tongue. I was like, you're not ready. Like there's so much that go into it. I have to tell them that literally the UFO stuff is not even the craziest. But when they came out with Beyond Skinwalker Ranch, I was like, holy shit, there's more places?
Yeah.
Do you think that there's more places like this all around the world?
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I mean, the phenomena, I didn't have to go to Skinwalker Ranch my childhood when it was involved in my life. That's just personal to me. Like, I feel like there's more of a connection with consciousness and individuals and people that are a part of this. But there are, I believe, specific locations that are focal points, like where the geology of the earth is in a certain way. Like we have all these cosmic forces in the universe that make our planet what it is, like from gravity to everything and the rotation of all of that. And all of that compresses down. And in the core of our earth, we have this molten ball of iron swirling that creates all these magnetic fields. And so on the surface, we're all running around in those energy fields that are completely invisible to us.
Maybe like let me give this a layman's term. So we're kind of like in between two big ass magnets and wind and atmosphere and electro energy. And so I know it sounds very sci-fi and very crazy to kind of comprehend, but it's quite possible that what we understand in science and geology and the earth, that there could very possibly be something that is happening that's not so necessarily supernatural, but maybe it's just like genetic, or it's geology and the energy forces that maybe we're not really considering, that maybe there are multiple places that are, I guess you could say, have some crazy phenomenon, an anomaly that's happening.
Yeah, we try to look at all that too. Like, is there those geological pressures and factors? If you get a lot of like quartz all under pressure, it can create like these piezoelectric lights and stuff where you'll see lights moving around, but it's actually just from crystals getting compressed in the earth underground. It can create phantom lights that come up. You can rub two pieces of quartz together and they'll glow like a neon light. So there's all these weird geological things, but I personally believe that just makes certain locations like thin, or
they tell us
more accessible for these like interdimensional events to occur, like a thin spot.
They still tell us in modern day to turn off our cell phones when flying, and I feel like I feel like really no one understands why, but we don't want it to interfere with the instrumentation, and we always hear the stories of people in the Bermuda Triangle and the compass going crazy, and they're still looking for a fucking Malaysian fucking 747 somewhere. It just disappears, and there's tons of historical accounts of ships and planes go missing, and that's a whole nother subject. But there's so many things. There's a lot of similarities between Skinwalker Ranch and Mount Wilson, but there's also a few things that you mentioned, like ghost, shaman, aliens. Like, have you personally have had any type of like interaction, or have you experienced anything with that?
Yeah, so like the first time I went to Skinwalker Ranch was like before Mount Wilson.
So you went to Skinwalker Ranch
before
you went to Mount Wilson?
Yeah, like right after my divorce, I was like, wanted to go up there. I'd never been up there and explore. I didn't even have permission, like didn't know anybody. I went up on my own.
Oh, trespassing ass.
Yeah,
okay,
I didn't go on the property. I tried a little bit, but I was honestly more scared I was going to get busted by the reservation cops, because it's all surrounded by the Ute reservation and all around there.
Let's touch on that real quick.
Yeah.
You say Ute. So what tribes are historically indigenous to that area?
There's the Ute tribe, the Shoshone. They border the Navajo. The Ute is a later name from the Paiute, like a band of like the Paiute, the Utes, and all different kinds. There was the Timpanogos tribe up there that got exterminated by Brigham Young.
So the Mormons did some genocide to some Indians?
Yeah, right where BYU football stadium is, they literally genocided the Timpanogos tribe and built a football stadium on top of it.
Man.
There. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah. They sent broken glass in their food to poison them all, and then when they were all sick from eating broken glass in their bread, they put it in their flour. Then they went down, sent militia down there and separated all the men and murdered them, and then took the women and the kids up and sold them.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. So we're all pretty aware of American settlers' horrible fucking genocide that we've committed to the natives of this country, or of this continent of North America. So are there still a lot of Indian presence in these areas, like
all over? Yeah, that's the big dirty secret, is that you go everywhere, all these locations, and we've built cities and everything and roads over top of thousands of ancient locations and artifacts and all of that. Like, there's petroglyphs and pictographs, which are ancient rock art and carvings.
So basically hieroglyphics engraved into stone. And
yeah.
So for those who don't know what a petroglyph is, it's basically chiseled hieroglyphics.
Yeah, the only difference is like hieroglyphics are more to be like an actual story, and petroglyphs tend to look more like gang tags, like graffiti and things. People assume it was just people messing around, drawing pictures, but when you really travel the region, a lot of these locations have got very bizarre ancient petroglyph carvings. Then like there's the whole show Ancient Aliens is based off of that. I think they go a little too far. I know that wasn't.
I want to touch on that. We'll get on that later.
Yeah.
So tell me about these petroglyphs. Like what kind of imagery are you seeing? And have you been able to talk to the natives, and have they told you, come here, white men, this means I fucking lay down with cow or some shit? Like what are they? What have you learned? Have you become fluent in petroglyph scripture? Like, I mean, like what have you? How far deep have you gone into that?
I'm pretty good. I know a lot of like the regular tribal symbols and a lot of the spiritual symbols involved and what they mean, and a lot of it is more of how to look at them, how to view them. It's not necessarily like you go up and are supposed to read them like writing. It's more of an interactive 3-dimensional experience where
it's like an escape room.
Yeah,
but for the natives.
It's literally a journey that you go on as you go up a canyon or through a valley. It's a spiritual journey that you go through, and just the contemplating of what the symbols mean in general somehow evoke a response. And so what they say, the Native Americans teach about the petroglyphs, is that they are depictions of the interactions between the ancient shaman and their communication with the star people. This is not me talking. The Hopi tradition and the Navajo tradition is that these petroglyphs are based off of the star people coming down from the sky and up out of the ground on what they called silver feathers. And they came up out of the ground and down from the sky, and the star people basically taught them how to farm, how to survive, how to live, and all that stuff.
So we got goddamn petroglyphs that have been interpreted that the indigenous people were talking and communicating with what they called star people.
Yes.
And they described them coming down from the heavens in silver feathers.
And then you look at the petroglyphs like around my house and stuff in southern Utah and across Nevada, and some of the petroglyphs in Nevada, they've dated older than the pyramids of Egypt. Some of them are so old. There's 10,000, 11,000-year-old sites in Nevada. People have no idea how long people have lived there. And their cave drawings, their petroglyphs and wall rock art and all that is the same as that we see all the way down in Peru. It's the same style and figures very similarly all the way into the Aboriginals in Australia. It's the same of the Dogon tribe in Africa. And so you have globally cultures that were supposed to have no communication and no contact with each other, all drawing similar events and depictions and beings with same
when you say
anthropomorphic
beings,
figures.
Are we talking about what would be interpreted as modern day like aliens
you look at
these
them,
petroglyphs?
Yeah, they straight up some of them even have horns on their heads or antenna coming off. They have big eyes, and some of them have
so what we think is like
legs.
Traditional like aliens, like grays or whatever. You're seeing these things engraved.
Seen hundreds of petroglyph and pictograph sites, and rarely do I see depictions of just normal village life. You see animals, you'll see bighorn sheep and antelope and like depictions of snakes and families and people, but most of the time it's bizarre as shit, dude. It's literally like big spirals with lines coming out and a person flying, or like a big strange looking alien looking figure with lines coming off their head and all these star symbols.
Wow.
A lot of them are aligned with the solstice and like very specific star and sun alignments and dates.
You probably have
very
seen,
sophisticated.
You were mentioning to me that you've probably seen petroglyphs that no one's even seen
For
since
sure.
like the natives actually
I've
probably
been
engraved
taking
it.
up canyons and stuff privately that no one gets to go up. Like I've been asked by families that have owned land since grandpa's grandpa that have taken me back up in their private property because they just don't know what's there.
Have you documented all these, like photographed them, and we can see this stuff on your YouTube channel?
Most of the time, when they allow me to film it, I'll film it, and then I'll, if they don't want to let out where the location is, I come up with a fake name for it, like
come down here to old Moose Knuckle
River.
River.
I say that. Yeah.
Come check this portal gangbang alien fucking fucking petroglyph I found.
Yeah, I call it like. It might have a totally official name, but like on the maps, and I'll just make up one like Mystery of Magic Mesa, or I'll call it the Secrets of the Spirit Canyon or something. But I'll go up there and find crazy stuff, like whole villages were living up there, and the family that owns it like never noticed. Whole walls of petroglyphs.
So you got some like old timers
paintings
who aren't exactly fucking.
They don't even know what art, like the pot, identify the pottery, and I'm like picking it all up off the ground, and they're like, "Holy shit!" They had no idea it was even there.
So you're like, and once again, I have to convey this to those who are listening and watching, that you're not just fucking researching it or Googling it. You're like there. You're on the ground. You're getting access to places that probably no one's has ever been there since whoever put it there, the natives.
That, like you were saying earlier, like how are you going to convey this to people? How are you going to tell people? I'm like, I'm going to go and do it. I'm going to go find it. Like if there is like buried UFOs or artifacts or doorways or spirit doorways, like if there's something like that, I go try to find it. I try to sit there. If the petroglyphs are part of a dimensional portal for consciousness, I go out there and stay overnight. And
don't say the P word yet. We're getting there.
Meditate into them.
Start fucking jacking off all over this goddamn whole set. Fucking portal jizz. That's out of all the stuff, that's the one that fucking gets me hot and horny the most. But let me touch on this. I'm sure there's like a lot of red tape to certain things, and there's secrets, and people aren't just being like, hey, come on down here to fucking Indian Portal Cafe. Yeah. Come see our fucking indigenous fucking hieroglyphic fucking sheet fucking Van Gogh right here of fucking this alien getting fucked by a sheep, and then whatever the fuck they got going on some wall. There's probably like some diner somewhere in the back room that come, I'll show you, white man. I will show you the petroglyph of my peoples. And there's probably some shit that they don't want you to see. Do you ever get like any type of like, is there any like backlash or resonation from like people not wanting to speak to the white men? Like, do they say, get the fuck out of our land? You've already fucked us enough.
Native American people have been awesome to me. They've been very welcoming. The ones that have helped me and talked to me, I've never got any shit from them. Like they'll message me and say I'm on the money.
Did they give you any?
It's all white people trying to defend the Native Americans that give me shit. And I'm like, what the fuck are you
Whitey,
doing?
Please. That is one who got finger fucked by Goblin.
They don't even ask me.
He rides with us.
They don't even ask me if I'm like Native American or have any genes in that. They don't even give a shit. They just assume that I'm like going out doing stuff. But yeah, when I go, I always have permission. I talk to the owners.
Those woke Karen bitches that get her panties in a wad.
Yeah. Man, even when I go on like public lands that are just accessible, I'm like, people go out there and don't realize there's petroglyphs right up the hill, and they'll just like go out clay pigeon shooting, and there's shotgun shells or some blown up TV
you probably
out
see like
I'm like carrying out trash all the time.
There was probably some fucking crackhead that was doing heroin in a cave somewhere up there, and he started chiseling away at a rock, and it probably had the whole goddamn diagram how to fucking get into the fucking underground bases of this and that. And it's probably, I mean, I don't want to say the word looters, but there's probably been people, back in the day that knew of something and like, come here, I'm gonna show you something, boy. We're gonna go fucking steal this shit over here.
That's part of the trail of evidence, is when you come across like at Mount Wilson Ranch, Jeff has found like this old sword from the 1800s or early 1900s that's like from the Knights of Pythias, which is like some weird Freemasonry group. We're like, what the hell were they doing way up on the mountain here? Like where he found it makes no sense. Like all that. Like, wow. It's just like, so you look at these groups and you wonder, what did they know that would put them up in these locations.
So
Same with Skinwalker Ranch. The Buffalo Soldiers were all up there. Anytime there's one of these ancient sites or locations, you also have like a early 1900s fort. Like they would go build a fort up there. And it's part of that was during, when they were pushing all the natives out to build white settlements and stuff. But at the same time, it's like there was militias and these forts that were sent out to go and take these ancient sites from people that goes clear back right alongside the petroglyphs at Skinwalker Ranch of these like ancient symbols of these entities. There's Freemason carvings that the Buffalo Soldiers did just down the mesa.
Jesus, guys, I hope y'all have enough fucking yarn at home and go get some more. You're gonna need a bigger cork board and some Polaroids to fucking make this.
Yeah.
Luckily, I've dedicated several years of my life also to watching some of this and seeing this. So I really appreciate you kind of like keeping this nice and slow, steady. We're about 2.5 hours into this, and we haven't even fucking scratched the surface.
Nice.
And you mentioned that you found like, and I'm gonna say this very like softly, so don't shoot the messenger here, but giant bones.
My friend John Casey has, he's been on a site in New Mexico where he saw a big human thigh bone.
Like a femur?
Like 3 foot long, like a huge one. Yeah. And then basically went back like 3 days later to start the project to remove it. And the whole site was gone and cleaned off. Like everything removed.
Goddamn feds got those damn cam trails. They got me a couple times too. I was riding around some 4-wheelers around here in Sauce Castle. I shouldn't have been. And next thing they come and knocking. So I can only imagine if there's some crazy ass shit hiding in some caves.
There's so much valid proof though that there was actual Smithsonian and archaeological stuff that found these 3 bodies in a cave in Nevada called Lovelock Cave, where it's not even very far from Mount Wilson and Area 51 and all that either, where there's basically a story of these Native Americans that got sick of these cannibal giants that
goddamn cannibal giants
coming and getting their women and kids and eating them. And so there was a band of natives that were basically assigned to go hunt these giants down, and they went and cornered these giants in a cave in Lovelock Cave and built a fire at the entrance and smoked them out basically and killed them. And when the archaeologists went back there, and this document's all been found, like the reports that were sent back to New York and everything, that they found these giant bodies that had like a noose around their neck with the knot under the left ear, details like hands tied and hog tied to their ankles, and these giant bodies in the back of this burn up cave in Nevada. And there's so many stories like that up in Mammoth, Utah. My friend James Keenan just last year wanted me to go with him down in a cave where there could be giant bones and stuff. But
wow,
all that stuff, like in the Vatican over in Europe, like over in Italy and Europe and stuff, they hoard all those secrets.
Yeah.
The Mormons have a giant granite vault up in the mountains where they hide all of our stuff. They're like the American Vatican.
Really?
Yeah.
I haven't heard of that. I'm pretty familiar with like the Vatican, and those who listen to my podcast before, they know I'm very outspoken on me having to unlearn and relearn things, and I definitely am 100% believing that the history that we've been told necessarily isn't the truth.
100%.
And then there's plenty of shit that's been purposely hid from us.
Yep.
And the history as we know it, as they say, truth is actually stranger than fiction. Like,
yeah,
we're talking on some serious things there. And I've also heard something about like a Mormon gold pyramid or something. Like,
yeah,
what's that about?
So there's been several different myths in the Mormon culture. Even my ex-wife, one of her like great grandpas thought that he had the dream mine, which was like supposed to be a mountain full of gold that was going to save the Mormon church at the end of the world or whatever.
I had heard that the Mormons were mining those areas and they did such a great job that they were able to fund the Mormon church, like the modern day Mormon church. Like they're still living and functioning off the residuals or whatever they found when they originally settled that area.
Some of that's true. Some of what they were doing over around Skinwalker Ranch in Vernal and that area was doing like trading with this guy, Chief Wakara, who might be the origin of the name Skinwalker, because Brigham Young couldn't say Wakara. He like really wasn't that good of like a reader and speaker. So he would like shorthand words and stuff. So he called Chief Wakara Chief Walker. And so the name Skinwalker might even come from Chief Wakara being called Chief Walker. But they were going over to Vernal in that area doing trading with Chief Wakara. And yeah, there's a ton of evidence and stories of Wakara making trade deals with Brigham Young and basically disclosing where there was gold, Spanish gold, and treasure and things hidden that the Mormons went and got.
What years were the Mormons like settling these areas?
Oh, geez, I can't remember. It was like late 1800s and stuff. They all moved in. Mid 1800s.
There goes the fucking Indian neighborhood.
Yeah, literally. I mean, it caused so much pressure that even the natives started turning into human trafficking. Like they were running out of resources and supplies, so they started selling each other. And that was when the Mormons all moved into the valley and put all that pressure in the area. But it's pretty crazy. But it's like they went out and found all these sites and started exploiting them and getting what was there. But down in Kanab, what you're talking about, the Pyramid of Gold, there's fundamentalist Mormons down in Kanab, Utah, just 45 minutes east of my house, that believe that there's a mountain or a mesa out there that is the place where Montezuma hid a bunch of his gold under the mountain.
And for those who aren't familiar with Montezuma, he was a king that ruled in Mexico, and then the Spaniards came there and were like, "I'll be back, motherfuckers," and they were like, "Nah, dog," and they started stripping down all their gold and heading towards what a lot of people contemplate, that they headed up into the southwest of America.
They totally did. Like just up north of Skinwalker Ranch, my friends have found Spanish coins. There's people have pulled out helmets and armor. The Spaniards came up in there when they found out there was gold. They went over and took over all of Montezuma's empire and got all of his stuff, and then they got a hold of those maps and went up north to the same locations. So they were up there pillaging and everything too. And eventually the natives got sick of it and started slaughtering the Spaniards. And so a lot of what you find is their bodies thrown in these caves that they were forced to mine as slaves, and then the caves closed off. Like the natives didn't give a crap about the gold or any of the stuff in there. They were just forced to do it. So they would take all that treasure and everything,
like, yeah, bitch,
throw it in the hole, throw those dead Spaniards in there with all their shit, and then just close the hole off and leave. And there's caves like that all over the Southwest.
Wow. So it's like it's definitely something that we weren't taught in public school history class.
No, none of this. None of the Native American. We were taught that they were like savages. We had no education or anything about the fact that these indigenous people that lived here had a form of intelligence. They were somehow communicating across the globe before the internet, like all that stuff,
So you're experiencing, I mean, now if you're listening to this or watching this, you probably understand why it's not so easy to get into these stories, because I mean, I'm obviously being told things that I didn't even hear about. But it's very complex. There's a lot of stuff, a lot of history. There's energies that you're experiencing.
Yeah.
Tell me about that. Like in the ground, on top soil. Like how are you experiencing these energies?
So I'll get back to the first time I went to Skinwalker Ranch, because this is something I can't explain. Like when I went alone, I didn't really get into that. Like first time I went after dark, I went up, parked on the south side of the ranch, and like I have my little backpack full of Ghostbuster stuff, like night vision camera and EMF detector and radiation sensor and things, and I'm like just gonna make a YouTube video like I'm at Skinwalker Ranch seeing what I can see, and I get there and I'm like vlogging and filming a little bit and looking around and sky watching, and Then I'm like standing at the back of my truck, and I'm looking over Skinwalker Ranch, and I see this, what I thought was a cow. It's like this black cow walking along the other side of the barbed wire fence, just right on the property of Skinwalker Ranch. And I'm just right on the other side. And this black thing is moving along. I think it's a cow walking along the fence. And so I like look up at it and look away, and I'm looking at it and look away. And then I get this weird like feeling like, what the hell is that? Because like it gets kind of parallel to me at the fence, and it turns like more spherical, and then I see it go down, like something crouching down. And I was like, what the fuck? So then I'm like gonna get my flashlights out, my night vision, all this stuff out of my backpack, and go film this like up at the fence. And so I turned my truck and I start like looking through my backpack, and it's like I got so confused. I'm looking through my zippers in my backpack, and it's like I can't find my night vision. I literally can't find the shit that's right in my bag. I'm opening my zippers. I'm like shaking my backpack upside down. I can't find my camera. I can't find my flashlight. I can't find anything. And I turn around. So I'm just like, I have this little black light and my cell phone, and I just start walking towards this thing, and I go up towards it, and I get closer and closer. And as I get up to the fence, there's just like nothing there. And I just get so confused. And it's like for 3 days after that, I can't even keep control of my own like racing thoughts in my own head. Like as I'm laying, I just get back in my truck. I'm like, finish my video. I'm like, I can't find any of my shit. I must have left it back in my room or whatever. So I get in my truck and I go back to my room and go to sleep. I'm laying there in bed, and it's like my mind is literally racing.
You went full-blown retard. You can't find your shit in your book bag.
It's like
it's there, but you can't.
The next morning, it's all in the bag, right where I put it. My night vision's there, my camera, all of that, my flashlight. It's all right in the backpack. And I'm like, why the hell did I drive home like I couldn't find my shit when it was right in my bag? And while I'm laying there trying to go to sleep, in my mind, it's like as I'm dozing off, in my head, it's like, who are you? What are you doing? It's like, imagine somebody like telepathically asking you 10 questions all at the exact same time, and you're trying to hear it all, and it won't stop. It was like that for 3 days. And then I'm like all confused. I even called my friend Yanni. She like lives over in like Denmark. So I knew she was like awake in the middle of the night. I talked to her till like 4 a.m, and I ended up hanging up because I wasn't making any sense on the phone. And I ended up driving back home after that trip, and I walk in the front door of my house, and the smoke alarm above my head goes off. I'm like, what the hell? And so I walk down over to the kitchen, and then the smoke alarm above my head over the kitchen goes off. And I like get up and take the batteries out, and then one down in the basement, me starts going off, like right when I walk in the door of my house coming back from that trip. And then the next day, like I even went to the grocery store. I went to Smith's grocery store in St. George, Utah. I went to check out with my groceries, and 2 cash registers just shut down, like powered off. And then the one that I'm standing at, the receipts just went bzzz and spooled out all over the floor. And I was like, sorry, like felt like it was me or something. And they're all looking around like, what the hell? Like, what is it doing, And so I just like left. So for like 3 days, there's like this weird electrical energy following me around or something, and crazy dreams, like I'm being interrogated with all these questions, like who I am and what am I doing, and like somebody probing my mind. It was weird.
So it's a known occurrence that when you're, according to what I've seen and heard, when people go out there to these ranches and these places that have a lot of crazy shit going on, that has been known that a skinwalker, a presence or something, will follow them back to home. Like,
yeah, they literally call it the hitchhiker effect. Like you go interact with it, and some sort of a trickster entity or something follows you home to check you out or whatever, attaches to you, or stuff starts happening to your family back home while you're there. Weird stuff like that.
And you're not the only person to experience this type of stuff.
No.
This has happened to other people that's gone out there
and
had some type of situation, and it's also came back to their home.
It's one of the main stories of the ranch, of Skinwalker Ranch, is that phenomena of like going there and then some kind of a poltergeist type effect follows you back home, and it's not always pleasant. I feel like the nature of that experience is sort of based on who you are. Like, it was a little bit weird for me, but ultimately the interactions have been positive. But other people, it seems like they go there and it just completely unravels their life, you know, like they can't sort it out. And I guess it kind of did mine. I mean, I was right in the middle of going through the divorce and all of that. I mean, my life kind of did unravel when I started getting into this, I guess. So I don't know, but like, here I am with Mike Busey, so it's going good now.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
So let's talk about of all the things we've talked about crazy. What is a skinwalker? Like,
Yeah.
I know what it is, but I want you to give me your explanation to what you think,
Yeah.
or what you believe a skinwalker is.
So there's a couple of different takes on it. If you go straight to the Navajo and what the skinwalker is two things. Traditionally, they have the Navajo have what they call the Yebache, and they're like a shaman, a spiritual shaman in the tribe, a real human person who does spiritual ceremonies, and they dress up like their gods and the deities. They'll put on costumes, and those get mistaken
Like a
for
hide of a wolf or
yeah,
something.
like in all the pictures on even the Secret of Skinwalker Ranch. And I've even told those guys, I'm like, that's not a skinwalker, that's a Yebache. They're like spiritual warriors or whatever. So they have this belief of shapeshifters, like that you can do spiritual rituals and transform into an eagle or a wolf or coyote or a deer.
So now this is the crazy shit. Like, I'm more likely to believe you're getting finger fucked by goblins at a slumber party, and UFOs and like all this crazy shit, portals.
Yeah.
But the shape shifting thing, for me, it was hard for me to tell some of my boys about what a fucking skinwalker was, and they started making werewolf sounds at me. And,
So
like they were fucking clowning me hard. So this is like some real like generational stories that come from natives.
Yeah.
And go ahead and please tell me.
Yeah, so there's
tell me more.
that tradition, which is like really for the Navajo and Native Americans isn't seen as a negative one. But what skinwalkers and like Skinwalker Ranch and the curse of the skinwalker has to do with is that there was a Native American girl that was kidnapped from her tribe. I think her name was Rose. That's what the white people end up naming her. She was literally kidnapped and taken to Skinwalker Ranch, the people that lived there and owned it. And the idea was that because of that, the slave trading, and especially when it happened with that little girl that was taken, that the Navajo tribe decided that was enough and basically placed a curse on the land. And they can go as far as like a person, like a shaman. If I wanted to become a skinwalker, the legend is that you would basically delve into this really dark aspect of the shape-shifting thing. And it involves even like murdering a family member and different kinds of things like that. And then ultimately committing suicide. And the idea is that
that's how you become a
you
skinwalker?
commit your soul to be a guardian spirit, like to curse the land. And anybody that comes through this area, you're going to like, as this spiritual gatekeeper or harbinger, you're going to watch over it. And so it's like this demon spirit basically, or whatever, that comes out, and it can appear as anything based on your subconscious fears in order to scare you. And that's where you get these like crazy stories about werewolves and shit, like, and weird stuff where it's not that it's like a real werewolf. It's like this phenomena that sort of can sense what you're subconsciously afraid of, and like the scarecrow, it like manifests that to where you think you're really facing it like a nightmare, and that's supposed to ward off trespassers from the land,
So for those who don't know, it sounds very sensational, but there are locals, there are, whether they're Native Americans or white people, whoever, there are people that live all in these areas that do not fuck around with this shit. They are to the extreme. This is not like some bullshit story. This is reality. It's been generationally talked about.
Yeah.
They don't play around. They think this is like a taboo. You don't even say the word skinwalker. You damn sure don't go, go on places where you shouldn't be, especially at night. Is that kind of like the synopsis that at night that like it's when it kind of like seems to have its presence felt more?
It could be. I'm not sure time of day if that really matters, but they do. Like the natives there still, even when like our friend Chris Bartel or Bartle, whatever is however he says his last name, he keeps correcting us. But like, yeah, he like when he was working there, the local tribes members, they came and will even still do rituals and things where they'll put animal skins and hides over the property line. Like, what was that?
I don't know.
That was you? Oh, okay.
Can't be talking about fucking skinwalkers.
We got skinwalker fever going on in here. Yeah.
So
They go on and like basically do spiritual things like border patrol around Skinwalker Ranch, where they do things like to keep the energy in. They don't, to not let it out of the property. And
yeah, I've seen that.
I have
where,
personal friends of mine that live up there that have like,
it's like volunteer police.
Yeah.
They're like, they want to entrap these spirits or these quote unquote skinwalkers from, they don't want it to roam around. They want it to stay in that area.
One of my really good friends that lives up there is very connected with it and was really good friends like with the Ute tribe and the leaders of the Ute tribe. And I mean, I don't want to say too much, but like his son got goofing around with the skinwalker stuff and sneaking around over there and went down really fast, dark path and took his own life. And like, there's a lot of stories like that up there. So when you go try to talk about it, or like when I go visit him, I have to be very careful. Like if I even bring the topic up in the wrong way, like he doesn't even want to talk about it.
So this is a very
he believes
serious, extremely sensitive subject to people there.
I've read police reports where people have written in like that they believe that like deaths were caused by a skinwalker and things. Like I know that it sounds like insane or crazy or whatever, but the Native American themes and connections with all of this in our country are all there, just as much as you would go down to like Machu Picchu and look at the false doorways into the astral plane. There's stuff like that up here in North America all over the place.
Oh, man. So
Welcome to the Sausage Castle, the wildest home in America. A private 80-acre estate located only minutes from Walt Disney World just outside of Orlando, Florida. The home of the party legend and self-made entertainment entrepreneur Mike Busey, who has hosted the wildest and craziest parties and events for the last 20 plus years. You have seen us featured on Netflix, TMZ, MTV, Vice, and much more. A second home to many of the biggest entertainers, athletes, and rock stars in the business. You never know who will show up. A place to play, work, and create. Countless movies, TV shows, and music videos have been produced and filmed at the Sausage Castle. This 80-acre entertainment complex has anything and everything you could imagine. Endless fun and wild activities to enjoy. This is the ultimate Florida experience, and it's always a good vibe. It's like an adult summer camp where the pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness is alive and well. Come experience it yourself. Become a member of MikeBusey.com.
let's jump on Skinwalker Ranch.
Yeah.
We've got UFOs, and regular occurrences, day, night.
Yep.
We see orbs. We're seeing things fly out of the mountain, the mesa. We're seeing things show up when it's agitated. When they've done testing with rockets. We've seen like the UFO stuff is honestly like the more, like, even though you would think that'd be the most sensational thing, it's kind of like takes the back seat.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, that's just those damn UFOs.
Yeah, that's when like you realize what Skinwalker Ranch and that whole show did, I think, for people was help everybody realize that instead of just looking up at the sky, this phenomena is totally interrelated with the paranormal. Like this idea of ghosts and poltergeists and all that is all one and the same, as how if there is other entities or beings that are coming, like what we would call extraterrestrials, there's some sort of whole other spectrum of this that's all part of it too.
It sounds like the greatest Hollywood movie never made.
Yeah.
Or have they?
I mean, maybe what we're talking about, maybe they have, like Close Encounters and some of these movies, like when you watch the movie Arrival.
Maybe Steve Carpenter's or John Carpenter's The Thing is a Skinwalker.
That was my dad's favorite movie, the original black and white one where they find that flying saucer.
I have it on VHS somewhere.
Dude, that's such a good movie.
So
yeah,
you got cow mutilations, you got cows, and not just cows, other like livestock. Or
see, now this is where, like, when I went up to Scooby-Doo, like I found out that some of the cattle mutilations, like there's some weird ones, you know, where just like the genitals and the eyes are removed and weird crap like that, and strange cuts and stuff.
Well, fucking trainee cows.
They
were crossing over.
Yeah, some of those were really like the local natives, when the economy would get hard, they did not like that there was this Rich Bigelow guy over there with all these cows and they're hungry. And so sometimes at night, locals would go poach one of
so this is why
cows.
People should really like, this is why if all the things out of your mouth, it was hard for some of y'all to swallow. My man is telling you that some of the sensationalism to the cow mutilation is basically like a big fuck you from the indigenous people.
Yeah.
Oh, rich white guy, I'll show you. I'm going to take all your cow balls.
My kids are hungry. I'm going to go get what I need. You know, you're not even supposed to be on our land anyways. That's
my children are hungry. I will eat your cow balls.
Right.
And then their guy goes, who's my goddamn cow balls? You know, like, but there's definitely some other stuff that
there's a lot of unexplainable stuff. Yeah.
Where there's like no blood on the ground. His uterus is fucking perfectly
gone,
like lasered out somehow, or cut out to some type of precision to where I've even seen some speculate that the reason why you don't see like a crime scene on the ground is because like maybe it gets levitated up and then it gets worked on up in some type of craft, and then it gets dropped back off.
Yeah,
you know, that was the type of stuff that when I first heard about Skinwalker Ranch, that I was hearing, like all these crazy stories about, you know, like there was one episode that I saw where this old guy, you could tell he kind of didn't want to talk on camera. He's like, I don't know what y'all want to tell me, but I seen a goddamn fucking thing come out of the fucking sky and jump down and fucking, you know, and I seen a cow fucking intestines over here, and then like all this, like, seems like something or someone was maybe doing some type of harvesting or seeking certain type of organs, or I don't know, motherfucker was hungry or something. I don't know, but I mean, what's your take on that?
There was more than, I mean, just cows. What they really released and what came out in the news all back then was all about the cattle mutilations, but really there was animal mutilations. There was different animals of all different kinds, even wildlife. That
so speculations of aliens abducting shit, or skinwalkers. It
couldn't all just be for food or poachers, you know, like, and there's people too. There's reports of like people getting taken and mutilated and dropped off too, and they don't tell any of those stories, but I've read several of those too.
We're going to find out there's no skinwalkers, just a fucking Jeffrey Dahmer motherfucker roaming around there.
I don't know, except for like Jeff has had an animal mutilation at the meadow at Mount Wilson Ranch too. Like there's been a whole huge blood trail through the snow and a giant, like just a huge gut pile, like an animal got turned completely inside out right in the meadow above where this UFO thing's supposed to be buried.
And some of the caretakers at Skinwalker Ranch, I guess, encountered what they thought was a skinwalker, like a giant, like dire wolf, and they shot at it with a high caliber gun, and it barely even phased it, as if it had like some type of superpower.
Yeah, they said they shot it and it just like acted like nothing happened or whatever, and then it kind of just ran off into the dark and disappeared. So like, try to think too, like maybe this geological effect, like something underground at Skinwalker, whether it's a UFO or it's just something geological, maybe it's creating like a thin spot in time where things from the past and the future come through. So you see both like future technology that we perceive as flying saucers and UFOs, but also weird extinct animals from the past, like slip through, like clipping through the walls of a video game. When you find the back rooms, like we bleed into each other, and suddenly you see this thing that isn't supposed to be
some
there.
type of video game, you warp into another world, and all of a sudden the Beatles are like, got fire breathing laser.
Well, like you know how
shit.
You know, like old VHS tapes, when you record on them over and over and over again, the old recordings come through sometimes in the static, or like what you've recorded on the backside of a cassette tape will bleed through. Like if there's maybe some meteorite impacted a long time ago and created a warp in the electromagnetic field where linear time gets more soupy. And so when you're there and you connect with that, suddenly our consciousness and our mind opens up to these other dimensions, and you see into the past, and you see these weird extinct animals or creatures or some kind of a dinosaur, or maybe even into the future. Like it's warping our perception of space-time, or quantum entangling the human mind with other dimensions that are our cousins or something.
The owner, we mentioned his name several times, Jeff.
Yeah.
Of Mount Wilson. He did some research himself also, and came across some books.
Yes.
Had some literature and some illustrations. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, like we find all kinds of stuff like that will just, like the books he found online, that is a lot of information that talks about the...
What's the name of the books or book?
There were these old science like magazines that these like physicists were publishing and trading with each other to share their research and everything. They weren't really publishing them. They were just like writing them, putting them together. They're literally like
underground popular mechanics, science books.
Really, just for like the super nerd physicists and stuff, rocket engineers and everything. And so there were all these different journals, like they were called like the electric spacecraft journals. And they have this, several of them were written by the people up at Mount Wilson Ranch, and they contain all these patent information and schematics for like UFO technology. Like they were trying to reverse engineer anti-gravity systems and flying saucers.
And there's
all
like
kinds of
schematics and everything.
Yeah, like prototypes and everything, photos of them and the pictures and everything. And then we go online and look these same people up that were associated with those journals. And like Tim Ryan, he's one of the main guys. He's got like millions of dollars from DARPA and the Army and the Navy and everything, and Air Force, and he was right there with Bigelow at Mount Wilson Ranch when the metamaterials show up.
So once we have a trail,
yeah,
that's a credible evidence tying these people that are renowned
and the money,
in these areas,
the patents and everything. Jeff finds those books and stuff. But talking about weird stuff showing up, we find that on the ranch too. Like Jeff and I have hiked these trails, like that he's lived there for 16 years and hikes them all the time. And then him and I will go out there, and there's a fucking old pair of cowboy boots laying right off the trail that we've never seen before. Like, where the hell did those come from? And a pair of pants. Or like he'll find the sword. We've been clear up on the mountain and found like an aircraft antenna, and then walked 10 feet over and found some old bedpan, like some Pioneer bedpan.
It's Marty McFly and Doc Brown fucking in the goddamn DeLorean flying,
it's
just
like
dropping
shit
out of
coming
the sky.
out from the past, just shoots out into our reality in the modern day.
Find the fucking almanac.
Dude, they found
Space
he's found packs of cigarettes that belonged to his dad, and his dad's been dead for years. And we'll go down by the bunkhouse, and on the chair out on the front deck of the lower bunks where his dad lived his last years of his life, there'd be like a half pack of cigarettes that his dad used to smoke sitting on the chair. Like, what the fuck? Like, where did it come from? Like, who's going into some old thrift store finding vintage smokes and putting them at Mount Wilson?
Yeah, that's
stuff just shows up. Like,
man,
he's had guests there and been standing in the saloon, and like a piece of paper just floats down from the top of the saloon and lands, and it's like from 1972, and it's like a page out of the phone book with all these old names on it. It's all wrinkled up. It's like, what the hell? Like,
so Mount Wilson, out of all these ranches out there, it has like infrastructure. It has like basically a giant the minor diner.
Yeah.
Like a cafe, and then you have like a bar saloon.
Yeah.
It looks like the coolest Wild Wild West like set. It looks like
The name Wild Wild West was first used talking about Pioche, where Mount Wilson is. The very first instance ever in the newspapers where they called something the Wild Wild West, they were nicknamed it after Pioche. That was the Wild Wild West, where Mount Wilson is, because there was so many murders up there back in the 1800s. Wow. So many people robbing each other and so much fighting. But yeah, there's a whole old Wild West saloon, a full saloon and bar.
And
there's all these bunk
stay
houses.
there. You go online, and where can they go and find that?
You can go to the Mount Wilson Ranch Patreon page and actually rent a room and go stay there overnight. You can sleep in the same bed that Bigelow slept in when he saw the shaman, the ghost, or sleep down in the bunkhouse on the meadow right on top of the UFO.
There's old Howard Hughes jizz sheets that you can fucking cuddle up with.
Those old army barracks were put in there by somebody, probably Howard Hughes.
So you got frequency stuff. You got like caves and tunnels. I've watched you personally via your YouTube go down caves, and it seemed like you were down there like miles in the shit. Like,
yeah,
that's gnarly. And
Yeah.
you're not like, you don't got no kind of like radiation meter or
I
air. You got a fucking canary on your shoulder. Like,
not when I know when I'm with Jeff and he's just like, we're fine. Like, he's lived there a long time and knows like some of the mines that we'll go in, abandoned mines and stuff, to go look around. Like, he knows, and other locals go in there, that they're pretty safe. Like, some of those we go back just to push back in there and look around. Some of it is he's trying to get me experience, to get me comfortable, because if we access this tunnel system under his property, like, I have to be comfortable with it and familiar with that. Whereas he's like, he'll just fucking go crawl in these tiny holes. Like, Jeff is crazy. He'll just go in there. He way back in these mines. I go back in there. I'm like, dude, there's a ladder down there. He's like, yeah, that's my ladder. I'm like, how the hell did he even get the ladder down there? But Jeff is way more ballsy than me. But yeah, he'll take me to these mines that.
Am I too fat to venture into some of these
No,
places?
man, we could go in there.
Are these caves and
We've had locals tell us
obesity?
they've gone in these caves, gone back in there just fucking around like they're going to go crystal hunting or something. And then armed guards will come around the corner with guns and tell them to get out.
Hold on. What?
The stories from the locals are crazy up there.
So because you know what I'm thinking, obviously. I'm jumping to the conclusion that some type of military presence is down in there, and y'all are kind of rolling up on their territory.
Yep.
And maybe it connects to Area 51 or something? Is that what you're kind of alluding to?
Very possible. I mean, it's all within the radius, like all right there. If there's underground tunnels that's come off of Area 51, if Howard Hughes was up there, like the possibility of them all being connected underground in some way. Like, I personally believe that the reason they went to Groom Lake and they put Area 51 there is because they found something underground there too, and they just built the whole base over what was already there.
A lot of yarn and string and Polaroids and corkboard to try to match up this investigation.
Yeah.
There's a place that you call the Magic Mesa.
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
So that's where when Brandon Fugal called me and said he wanted to do that Beyond Skinwalker Ranch show, that's where he wanted to do it. Was at the Magic Mesa, but we couldn't do it there because that was where this guy like mysteriously died and got put in the police report. Like,
the naked dude.
That he got killed by a skinwalker.
When did this happen?
That year and a half ago.
Hold on. All right. So
I was like, we're
Magic
actively
Mesa,
working down there.
You're down there. You're working. They're filming the show.
Yeah.
Beyond Skinwalker Ranch.
They
History
were just
there.
thinking about it. Yeah. So the producers and Brandon Fugal got together to have a meeting. I'm not trying to brag, but they both told me that I was the first one that they thought of because I was working at Magic Mesa. And the story is that I got a call from this, or a message on Facebook from this guy named Rhett, and his family is like caretakers of this valley there. I'm not going to say the real name of it, but it's like this ancient valley where there's all these petroglyphs and pottery and indigenous ritual stuff there, and they didn't really know what was all there, but they for 10 years have been going there at night and watching these like phantom lights just like appear on the side of the mountain, just like at Skinwalker Ranch, how you have like the side of the mesa,
so it like illuminates,
glows.
Yeah.
And so
it looks like when you're if anyone's familiar with those like 3D mapping projector type of things, it looks like different things are lighting up at different spots.
On camera, on the night vision, it's hard to convey. When you're there and you see it with your own eyes, like going off, it looks like you know, when you put rubbing alcohol like on a table and light it on fire, like this, like a blue ghost vapor. It looks like this white, green, yellowish, like a ghost vapor, almost like a glowing light, almost like the aurora, like the northern lights. But it's on the side of this mountain, and it like will just like appear like a triangle, and then it goes whoop like into a rectangle, and then there will be these like shadow shapes that move across the bottom and these layers that flow. But what's weird is that like sometimes it will look like it's literally like a projection of the past. Like you'll see what looks like buffalo running or horses running and weird shit, these creatures crawling across the bottom. And like here's where it gets weird is that like,
this is the part where it gets weird.
Fuck, dude.
As if everything else wasn't weird.
When I go there, when you go alone, like I stand at the bottom of it and these lights turn on and it starts glowing like just a little bit and then it just stops. I've stood there and been like, thought like in my mind, and I'll even say out loud, I'm like, hey, how about a triangle? And it's like, waits a second, you see it glow, and then it's like, triangle.
So this motherfucking DJ Magic Mesa's fucking taking special requests.
Yeah, but then there's like other stuff too. Like I've even filmed like these. They seriously look like people made out of light, or like fingers of light, just come out of the ground like a person coming out of the ground behind these rocks.
And I know I have to ask this, so no disrespect.
I'll send you the footage.
But
like,
so you're not on any type of drugs. You're not partying. You're not doing fucking mushrooms or acid or LSD. Nothing like that.
A little bit of a weed for inflammation, maybe, but not when I'm going doing that
for
stuff.
scientific purposes only, obviously.
Only after when I get home and I'm like, fuck, my back's hurting, like before I go to bed and stuff. Yeah, but like when I'm out working or with people or doing that,
I just had to ask for the folks at home, because they're gonna be like, this guy is fucking partying and he thinks he's at goddamn Bonnaroo putting beans in his ass and time traveling in some fucking mesa.
Oh yeah. Yeah, people always assume that. They're like, are you doing, they always joke about doing mushrooms or whatever and all that. But this is totally different. Like the family that's going there for 10 years, they're all Mormon. So they're down there all mysterious. You know?
So bring me back to the naked guy. Where does he come? He shows up to the fucking EDC light party with buffaloes and triangles coming out?
So I start researching the place start going down there for like a year. I'm capturing the evidence of these lights on the mesa, lights coming out of the ground. But see, when I first went there, I went before they invited me, and I just went up to the petroglyphs. So I didn't know anything about the mesa. I had gone there just to hike and look at the petroglyphs, and I had like a crazy experience where I was up in front of this petroglyph panel, and I stayed like half the night. And there, I'm like, oh yeah, this is a nice rock. And I went and sat on like this like bowl-shaped rock in front of all these petroglyphs. And at like 2:30 in the morning, 2:30, 3 o'clock, it's like I started seeing what I thought were like fireflies, but we don't have fireflies. These little balls of light like moving between the rocks and like out of the corner of my eyes and then floating around. And then I see these like shadows moving around, like there's a campfire going and people walking around, but I'm just sitting there in the dark, right? And then like, we don't have to get into it, but I had like a whole one of those like out of body visions, you know, like when I was a kid, but I was just sitting there awake. It's not like I was going to sleep at night. I'm just sitting there looking at the petroglyphs, and I had like one of those where I'm like vibrating, and then I go like out of my body and I'm like looking down, and I had this whole like very Native American themed like a vision. Then I come back and I'm like sitting on the rock again in the dark, all spooked out, and I get my shit together and leave. And then I find out later.
You're all by yourself in this shit.
All by myself.
So you already got some balls you're just trekking out into the middle of nowhere, miles and miles.
Well, I'm doing everything according to the way I've been taught. So I'm doing like leaving an offering. I'm going in there like a way a Native American would do.
I've heard that. So when people come into these areas, it is customary and it's also in their best motherfucking interest to come with like a pure intention, a clear heart, mind, and to leave offerings. Tell me about that.
To me, it's like, even like when I hike to these petroglyph sites, to me, I treat it like they're still there, like as if they still live there and I'm trespassing. So when I go in alone, I'll even talk out loud, be like, hello. And I just say it like I'm walking in there, like they're still living, like the people inhabiting the area are still there.
Well, it sounds like they definitely are.
I get pretty deep with it, when I'm alone, but I do meditation. I do this like form of remote viewing and gateway meditation that's sort of Native American themed that I've developed. And it's the same kind of stuff that the Army and the CIA was using to spy on Russia. And I just have
that's the CE5.
This one's a little deeper. The gateway method from the Monroe Institute is like, there's like multiple intense levels of meditation. CE5 is more like an app that you play on your phone, like your bird calling for UFOs and stuff.
So that's the CE5 is like a UFO app that you use to try to signal or
you play these chirping noises that are supposed to be from crop circles that they've interpreted into sounds or something. So you play these high frequency noises and you listen to a meditation that Stephen Greer like reads off to you, and you do the meditation like basically.
I've seen a little bit of it. So
I can tell you how you do it.
So Stephen Greer, for those who don't know, is one of the most renowned disclosure experts, former government stuff. He's worked on he's too legit to quit. He's MC Hammer.
Yeah, he was the original face of the disclosure movement of the 90s. He was the guy going to Congress way before David Grush, talking about UFO, Project Blue Beam. And
one of the things that he does is it's like some type of meditation to where he almost tries to summon the presence of something.
Yeah, so
we call it aliens, UFOs, whatever.
I'll tell you how it works, how you do it.
Please do.
So like in remote viewing, you kind of invert remote viewing. So for people that don't know what remote viewing is, it's a psychic spy or telepathy method that the Army, the CIA, Stanford Research Institute, the inventor of it or the developer of it was a guy named Hal Puthoff, and he's in all those photos at Mount Wilson too. But he was at Stanford Research Institute, and during the Cold War, they developed this method of basically using the mind and consciousness and meditation to kind of look through the matrix and to see things remotely, like you're spying on it, even though you're not there. So the idea would be like, you might have something like hidden in your closet or whatever. I could be clear at my house in Utah and do a remote viewing protocol, like a form of meditation, and try to see what you've got hidden in that box or in your
is that
closet.
Something you've done before?
Yeah, so I've done a lot of that and like trained in that, but my version of it, like what I'm more attuned to, is what they call this gateway method. But the CE5, what Greer tries to do is reverse that remote viewing method. He calls it like a reverse remote viewing. So what you do is like, we would go out in your backyard as a group and we would sit there all together, and as we open up our mind and our consciousness, instead of trying to like see where the UFOs are, you basically as a group tell them exactly where you are. So you send out this telepathic signal like up into the astral plane or whatever, anything that can listen to your thoughts, and basically send out exact location to where you are and that you want to meet them with your mind and with your feelings and with just like
kind of like
looking like almost like you're praying,
kind of like your friend Chris Bledsoe.
Yes.
North Carolina.
Yes.
Who's also featured in tons of stuff. Has a book. Has a very mind-blowing story.
Yes.
He's going out to by some lake or river in North Carolina, and he's basically goes out there and had an abduction situation with him and his son, and then
several.
He's been able to like almost summon them, like focus on it.
Yeah.
And I guess is that what the same type of thing
Yeah.
you're referring to?
And I don't know if he like actually, if it just like intuitively comes to him to do that, like the way he views it all spiritually within his beliefs. For me, it's more of like a method or like a protocol.
I feel like I could do that.
Like a form of yoga or something, just a meditation. So yeah, you go out, anybody could do it. That's the whole idea.
I did once meditate with Waka Flocka here at the fucking hookah tent here, the Tent of Pleasures, but I can work my way up. Maybe you can show me. And
yeah, bro.
Are we both naked? Like, what happened? What's like? Do you fucking
can?
do I have to like not jack off for a couple days, or is there like a
maybe that helps? I don't know.
Do you prepare your body in some type of way, or
the ancient Egyptians masturbating was a part of the contact method? Yeah.
Oh, I'm fucking astroplaning every.
There's
night.
Literally hieroglyphs of them.
There's astroplane jizz on my carpet right now.
They're literally laying on initiation tables with their hand on it, dude. Like,
shit. There's been a lot of fucking summons of spirits here. Then.
Yeah.
Damn, that's crazy. Because like, it's just a lot to take in, and I know this is gonna be a lengthy podcast. So, Chris, you better fucking start funneling some fucking Red Bull down your throat, Miguel. We're getting there. We're moving. You have like, man, this guy Chris Bledsoe. He's an older gentleman.
Yeah.
And you say you talked to him.
Yeah, he's a friend of mine.
And I've watched, and not only just him. This is like, he's had multiple occurrences where he even had retired Colonel of U.S. Army John Alexander.
Colonel Alexander. So he's the guy that the movie Men Who Stare at Goats was based off of.
Really? I just thought he was a dude that used to work for Robert Bigelow at Skinwalker Ranch.
Oh, he's one of the
who has gone on record and said, yes, there is a presence here, and it is a thing, and it communicates with us.
In the very first newspaper article that came out, written by George Knapp in the Las Vegas Sun, where they announced that Robert Bigelow was buying a ranch in Utah. They don't even call it Skinwalker Ranch. They just say a UFO hotspot in Utah, in Vernal or whatever. And Colonel Alexander's right in that article and quoted in that article, and he's saying how we're going to be public about all of this data. We're going to research all of this. Anything that we find, if we discover UFOs, we're going to be public about it. But here's what's interesting about Colonel Alexander is that the whole time that he was doing this UFO stuff, he was also being given military awards for developing directed energy weapon systems and non-lethal weapon systems. And so something he was doing was also involving secret technology development.
So this isn't just like some random fucking farmer or local. This is a guy who is a well-respected and decorated colonel in the U.S. Army. He's an old guy. This guy looks like he's the fucking Quaker Oats man and shit.
He was involved in everything, and he's best buddies with Chris Bledsoe. Yeah, Bledsoe he's been studied by people from NASA, and Colonel Alexander's been all around him. And
they've like basically put on a device where they were able to like read his mind, not his mind, but they were able to read his brain activity, and it had like high spikes and activity, and it correlated with the time that something was present. He basically said, "Yo, motherfuckers, come out here," which I've done several times. How many times I've been in my front yard and started pissing, drunk as fuck, said, "I wish you motherfucking aliens would stop bullshitting.
Right.
Show yourself, son." I have said that several times.
Yeah.
And maybe I was taking the wrong approach. Maybe I should have fasted or fucking jacked off a few times. But I would love to be able to like, and I'm joking around, but I'm also being very serious. Like that type of stuff, man. I feel like I would almost be insulted. I'd be depressed if they didn't show up. I'd be like, come on, man, you know I fuck with y'all.
Yeah.
I've been fighting. I've been arguing y'all's existence forever. I believe.
Yeah.
So when I see certain things, I don't know what it is about some old dude that I'm like, all right, he doesn't seem like he'd be bullshitting, because some of this stuff is embarrassing and hard to talk about, or you don't just say, hey, what's up, baby? Hey, you want me to tell you the time I got fucking abducted, or I seen this? Like, some of this stuff is like, people look at you like you're a fucking clown.
So that whole, like, putting the EEG on his head to monitor his brain activity while he summons the UFOs, a lot of that was informed by work that me and Chris Bartell did up at Mount Wilson. So, like, we went to Mount Wilson Ranch and went up to an old cave that was used by the Native Americans, and they put the EEG. We put an EEG on my head, and we put one on Chris Bartell's head too, and did meditations to try and make contact with the phenomena and recorded our brain waves. Because it's one thing to do a meditation and then have an experience where you feel like you communicated with something or received a message or saw something in the meditation, but then do you just tell everybody and they're supposed to believe you? So we're like, well, let's map my brain waves then. And so we've recorded.
Do I get that on Amazon, the brain reader? Like, is that something I can just get?
Now you can.
That's
you can
crazy.
get the same radiation sensors they'll use at nuclear sites off of Amazon now. It's
so
like
a lot of people see
same
some of these
technologies,
things,
isn't
they
that
think of like, oh, there's some Ghostbuster gear and shit. But if you got the money, you can track down these devices to monitor and to read. And
it'll tell you if your hippocampus is firing or your frontal cortex and which part, and you can see where it's glowing.
See, I got sleep apnea. I've done some sleep studies, but damn, I can only imagine what fucked up shit goes on in my head. I need to be fucking scanning my head. I need to read that shit.
So like when you're sitting there in the cave, like, and I'm doing a meditation, my eyes are closed, no one's talking to me, and they're recording my brain waves, and my brain is firing off as if my eyes are convinced they're seeing things, and then I'm having a total conversation, and we map all my brainwave data as if I'm literally talking to someone, but the whole time they're filming me, I'm just sitting there with my eyes shut. But my brain is completely convinced. My occipital lobe, which is the back that is your visual spectrum, fires up as if have my eyes open looking around, even though I'm just sitting there with my eyes closed. So it's like I'm just sitting there meditating.
I hope you got a big ass one for my big ass head. I'm gonna need that jumbo. I'm gonna need that super jumbo size to right up my head. It'll only catch a fucking eyebrow or some shit. It'll be like default reading.
Right.
Like that stuff's this is like everything we're talking about, guys. Is very. It's not for the faint of heart. You got to be kind of come at it with an open mind.
Yeah.
And from everything I've gathered from you and some of the things I've seen, I mean, it seems extremely credible, and definitely y'all have used science and all kinds of things to lay it out. I think that, like, I mean, y'all have like world-renowned astrophysicists there. There's the gentleman Travis Taylor from Alabama.
Yeah,
he's there, and he's. So how do we start with him? He's kind of like, I think, is more like the face of the History Channel.
Yeah,
he's like the host in a way, and we meet him in the first season of Skinwalker Ranch, and he comes as if like maybe he's like a skeptic.
Yeah,
but then, spoiler alert, 3 seasons into it, we find out what?
That whole time he was actually on the UAP task force and put there by one of his best friends, Jay Stratton, who he was always in a rock band with back home.
So you have government, high upper echelon government position
being embedded into these places.
So not only does he go from
worse than
I thought you were a skeptic, but now he's basically, the Pentagon is assigning him a position in the fucking government to oversee this investigation. Yeah. So basically a mole. He's a spy, and Brandon Fugal doesn't know. The rest of the team doesn't know. Dragon, the whole crew, they're like, fuck this guy. And then we find out 3 seasons later that in reality, I guess his contract expired, so he was able to disclose that he was, in fact, what?
A member of the UAP task force, yeah. But now, like, we've even uncovered, or I did, digging around on all this metamaterials from Roswell. Remember, we were just talking about that? So that shoebox of material that showed up on Art Bell's desk in Nevada, when he turns up with this metamaterial on his desk, Linda Moulton Howe, who's the cattle mutilation journalist expert, that lady, she's famous for that. She shows up and goes on the Art Bell Coast to Coast AM show. They talk all about the metamaterials. Art Bell brings it out and shows her. And after that show, guess who calls Linda Moulton Howe? Travis Taylor. I found a video on YouTube that's of a convention called XCon or something like that, where Linda Moulton Howe is talking all about that story of the bismuth and the metamaterials that were given to her by Art Bell. And then she flat out says that Travis Taylor, a member of the Defense Intelligence Agency, calls her. And this is back in 2004. So we're talking, he went on Skinwalker Ranch, and then in season 3, they find out he was a part of the UAP task force. But I just found out clear back in 2004, he was already a member of the Defense Intelligence Agency, and he was the first guy to get those metamaterials from Linda Moulton Howe and to test them.
So
he took them
Travis Taylor, the astrophysicist from Alabama, has been faking the funk.
He was the first guy to handle him. And when I texted him, and I was like, dude, like, I literally texted him, I was like, you were the first one, like, Linda sent you that bismuth and that metamaterial. You were the first one to handle it, you know? And his reply was, yeah, everybody gives, like, Hal Puthoff the credit. They act like I don't even exist. Like, the dude was a member of the dude was a member of the DIA clear back in 2004 and didn't tell anybody.
So he's not denying that he handled this material.
He wanted credit for being the first one.
So he's been knowing what the fuck's going on out there for a long time.
This is the same metamaterial that David Grush is seeing on all these podcasts now. They'll be interviewing David Grush. He's the guy who's just come out.
Who's a former intelligence officer that we've all seen as of recently. Him speaking in these congressional hearings under oath. He's real deal. He was United States military and an intelligent officer. He's the one that you hear say, yes, we found UFOs. Like we've got biologic stuff, like basically saying we got motherfucking aliens and we got goddamn UFOs.
Yes.
And he's saying a lot of very bold statements under oath. Not only him, but you have the other guy, Jeremy Corbell, the filmmaker, who is also responsible for the films with Bob Lazar. He's kind of like the one who really, really like put this in the face of people's like mind. Like, hey, listen, there's this guy named Bob Lazar, which if you don't know who he is, obviously everyone should by now if you're this far into the podcast.
Yeah.
If you're really about this motherfucking life. This guy was an engineer, scientist that worked at Area 51 and was one of the first ever, basically, whistleblowers that gave some type of credibility to all these things that before the internet was popping, before there was cell phone footage, and before all this other shit, Bob Lazar claimed to be a part of.
Made everyone aware of Area 51. Yeah, Bob Lazar did. And all of that came out, but the people circling around all of that, especially the metamaterial, are all the exact same people. So you see David Grush going in front of Congress, and he's making these claims saying that we have at Lockheed Martin, at specific hangars, and at Area 51, UFOs that have been recovered as part of a UAP crash and recovery retrieval program that he was a part of.
UAP stands for Unidentified Aerial Phenomenon.
Yeah, just
for those that are I know your fucking yarn and Polaroid corkboard's getting little hairy right now.
Yes. And and there's so many podcasts. As soon as you see David Grush leave Congress, he goes on to these very high profile, high viewed podcasts and interviews and videos. And right alongside him is all the people that were at Mount Wilson Ranch. Hal Puthoff, Eric Davis, you've got Gary Nolan, Colm Kelleher, all these guys appearing in these videos along, not necessarily Colm Kelleher, but and they're all right alongside David Grush. You see them, Gary Nolan and Kit Green and these guys literally pull out that same bismuth that was sent to Art Bell, the same pieces, and put them on the desk, and they're all talking about it like this UFO crash recovery material. So like it's all revolved around that same shoebox of material as part of what they're talking about. So this is what I think happened. I think that in the 1940s, and like 1946, at Mount Wilson in that archaeological or mining operation, they ran into some weird shit underground. They recovered it, including the biologics and all that stuff. And they actually captured something major. They hauled it to Area 51 and split it up into different compartments and black projects. And then Area 51 became a thing after they faked the Roswell crash as a distraction to look over here instead of over here.
Little sleight of the hand.
Yeah, like a magic trick.
Sleight of the alien.
Yeah.
Alien here. Ooh.
Create a whole stir in media and attention and newspaper articles over here, and no one's going to look over here. And then 1951, Area 51 becomes a thing just down the road. And then fast forward, Bigelow gets the contract. They form NIDS. Yeah, National Institute of Discovery Science.
There you go.
And they get all this funding, and I think that their job was like, okay, so go back to these sites and see what's still there.
So it
and
seems
take
like the
psychic
government
spies, take all these patents, and take all these physicists up there. And I think in 1996, Bigelow's team got that bismuth and stuff when they probed back in or got back into the tunnels. They got more of that material, and some of it, I think they sent to Art Bell, just like Jacques Vallée talks about in his fictional book. I think they sent that in a shoebox to Art Bell. They knew they planned on Travis Taylor calling Linda Moulton Howe and being like, you got some material. And that was the way that they funneled metamaterials out into the public so they could disclose it rather than it all getting scooped into the black projects. I think one of those Hal Puthoff or one of those guys took that metamaterial and they hatched a plan to basically smuggle this out, send it to Art Bell, have Travis Taylor call and pretend like he doesn't know about it and be the first one to test it.
Hey, you boys got some of that goddamn alien dust down there?
They're all at To the Stars Academy now, working with Tom DeLonge and the former head engineer from Lockheed Martin.
So Tom DeLonge of Blink-182,
huge UFO guy,
is obviously a punk rock star legend from our time.
Same guys that were at Mount Wilson and Skinwalker Ranch all work with Tom DeLonge now, and they're got the same reverse engineered material.
So Tom DeLonge forms a company, an organization called the Academy to the Stars, and he's basically like the Elon Musk of like exploration. He starts to privatize these he basically makes a dream team of former government employees,
current active DIA, highly funded and patented physicists, doctors and scientists, biologists and astronomers.
So he just says
everybody.
Oh, hey, United States government, I'm gonna go hire all these people, and I'm gonna bring them under my umbrella, and then thanks to the Freedom of Information Act, thanks to expirations of any type of confidential stuff or contracts, he's able to, on payroll, take these individuals and say, hey, motherfuckers, what's up? What y'all got? And they're like, oh, shit, I got some job security over here. I can start spilling my guts. And hopefully, as time has passed, I don't have to worry about some Men in Black motherfucker showing to my house and murking me.
Yeah.
But and they're indulging all this like crazy stuff. Like a lot of people, including Tom DeLonge himself, feels that he's responsible for the Tic Tac video getting released, and a lot of the things that he's facilitating through these almost like this underground network of disclosure.
Yeah.
And there's strength in numbers, like back in the day, you couldn't get away with some of this stuff because you would just disappear or you'd be silenced, and which they still do to this day, I feel. And you could probably elaborate more on that. Have you personally, have you ever had any threats, or have you been contacted by anybody?
Yeah.
Can you
yeah, I mean, I've had phone calls. Like, I've had a couple of phone calls and messages. I had a weird email one time from like a physicist from like a quantum physics lab. It was one of the people that told me I was wrong about a particular
Dear
thing.
Carl Crusher.
Yeah. But it
Keep
was like,
your name out my motherfucking mouth.
This was one when I thought I was done with an area. It was the Magic Mesa. I thought I debunked it. I was like, I found this road. I think it's headlights coming from this road, making these lights on the mountain. And this quantum physics guy from this university literally chewed me out in an email telling me I was stupid, like that there's more going on there, that he was like analyzing my footage, like with this advanced software and stuff.
And who was this person, and where was he from?
I can't say who that guy is, but I got put in touch through other means through a guy now named Stephen Leah, who runs a lot of that
I need you to look into
software.
that camera right there, Carl Crusher, and tell me I'm not suicidal. And
I'm not suicidal, and if stuff gets planted on my computer, I go missing, or my Spirit Airlines flight turns into biological material and crashes on the way home. I mean, yeah. My YouTube channel, I mean, for 3 million subscribers, it's hard for me to get even 10,000 views on a video.
So you feel some videos I'll put up.
Oh yeah, I was told that was going to happen.
Damn, I've been suppressed, and I don't know shit about this. I haven't disclosed shit.
They knew I was coming, probably.
Oh, it's been a long time coming. But
I've had a phone call where I had
call you.
I had the whole
email.
Yes, I had a phone call while I was in January when we were filming the episode for the History Channel. I was standing in the lodge in between the saloon and the diner by myself, and got a phone call from an anonymous number. I thought it was somebody on the History Channel crew that I didn't have their phone number, that just like was calling me, that needed something. So I answered it. And this dude described what I was wearing and what room I was in and what we were doing. He said they had a satellite positioned over the ranch and they were watching what we were doing.
So you had a guy call you from an unknown number. You pick up, and he's like, "Yo, motherfucker, I see what you're wearing. I see where you're at."
Yeah.
And then what?
So I did it back to him, because remote viewing goes both ways. So I told him what was in his office and on his bookshelf and what desk he was sitting at, what he was wearing.
And how do you do that?
Same way you do the CE5 stuff. So it's like, it's a mental protocol or mental thing. In your mind as you're doing it, it's like, it feels just like you're imagining it, or like you're just visualizing imaginations. But
so this isn't like Oculus shit. You were just like,
but you do
be jacking off out in the middle of nowhere, fucking be like, "Yep, your name's Bob. You work in DC, right? And you're wearing a blue shirt. I can be there.
So for me,
6 hours, fucko.
The way that
Come
I
at
do
me,
it
bro.
is like I just take his whole office, his room, and the place that he's in. And in my mind, I just imagine that's symbolized by like a 4-digit number, like 1732. And then in my mind, I imagine like I'm on a dry erase board and I'm drawing like 7132. And when I finish the 2, it's like that pops into a scene of a whole vision of what I see. And sometimes I'll see like a triangular American flag on a bookshelf, and I see that it's like a dark colored kind of mahogany or redwood colored desk, and he's wearing a American tie pin. So I like make a little bit of assumptions. I'm like, did you have
You're playing like Guess Who? Does your person
it's
have
literally kind of like Guess Who, but you can develop where you test yourself, like you can train, you can actually like have people hide shit and create tests for you where you go develop it and do it. There's specific ways that you can do it.
So
it's full of errors. I'm wrong a lot, but I mean, in that instance, like, I must have been right enough that he just like hung up the phone.
It's funny, when I was like in high school, I would do that. I would talk to a girl on a phone. I'd be like, and I don't know why. I don't think I've ever even said this, but I'd be like, hey, are you wearing like a blue shirt? And she'd be like, oh my God, what the fuck?
That's it.
And
literally that's
and
it.
I was wrong a lot of times, but there were some times I was like dead on. And y'all might think I'm talking out my ass here, but I'm dead ass serious. Part of me probably thought it would be really cool if I was like some type of fucking psychic or some shit.
Yeah.
And something would speak to me saying, yo, go ahead, Mike. Go ahead and show that motherfucker what's up. I'd be like, hey, are you wearing like a black like tank top? And they're like, what the fuck? Are you here? Where are you at? And I'm like,
you watching me? Yeah.
I'm dead ass serious. I've done this like growing up, like every now and then I'll just say some shit like that, you know. I don't talk on the phone as much, you know, because now it's, you know, a lot of texting. But I could see you probably, I don't know, you've unlocked a further gone further down that tunnel than I have. But there's so much shit to cover. You have like this frequency, the 1.6 megahertz that we've seen at Skinwalker Ranch, where they're manipulating, they're trying to trigger things. You've seen like the drum circles with the natives. We've seen a sphere in the middle of the day just show up on surveillance footage, like a giant like ball, and it's like in one fucking frame. Like you take the little arrow, click, not there, click, not there, click there, click one more time, it's gone. And what do you think like that type of shit is? I mean, have you caught anything like on camera? Have you seen something where you're like, yo, I can't explain what the fuck that is?
I have like a solid 3 minutes of what you would call orbs flying around in the saloon and the hallways of the buildings at Mount Wilson, for sure. Like as clear, probably clearer than the ones that have made it on the Skinwalker Ranch show. Like in the saloon, we've got orbs that literally like they come up out of the bar like a ping pong ball made out of light.
I can't wait to go there.
Floats up out of the bar of the saloon and then goes and changes and then picks up speed and goes right past the camera, like whoo. And we have some where they'll just float across like the upper balcony above the bar, and they'll just like blink on off, and then there'll be like a shadow blob move along the wall. So
you've already told me
lots of that stuff.
I've been invited.
Yeah.
So my Florida ass, when it gets warmer, I definitely want to go. And Jeff said I'm cool, I can go.
Yeah.
And I've also been invited by Brandon to go out to Skinwalker Ranch.
Yep.
So I need to call my travel agent, Miguel Colon Jr., fucking Skinwalker Travel Agency, because I'm afraid that when I go out there that I'm not going to want to come back, that I'm going to have some weird, like, I don't know. For an example, we have multiple people that are very world-renowned in the UFO community, that they've all like experienced something, you know. We got the guy Billy Carson.
Yeah.
He's had a crazy encounter. You've had a crazy encounter. Who's the other guy we just spoke of? Richard, Dr. Stephen Greer.
Stephen Greer, yeah.
He's experienced things.
All of his C5 stuff.
Do you think there is a correlation with people who have like this type of encounter that they somehow spend like a part of their life, and not their entire life, beyond it, coming to grips with it, and then find peace with seeking it out and finding the truth? Because like I've said this once, and I'll say this many more times. You don't strike me as a person that just buys into everything. I've seen you shoot down things like, I'm speculative of that, or this is complete bullshit. So you don't strike me, even though you've said some extremely sensational things, okay? I'm very honest with my audience, so they're going to be like, all right, Mike, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds, if I told all of it, it literally sounds like people would think I'm schizophrenic or some shit. Like, but how many people really go to these places and really stay overnight?
Yeah, well, I mean, you're a fucking madman. And sometimes I go out to my backyard in the dark and I hear a goddamn possum and I'm like, God, they're fucking here. I'm pulling my gun out and shit. You're out there all by yourself. What's the main, like, what's the Skinwalker Ranch, Mount Wilson hot spots that you would take me and we can go experience? Obviously obesity friendly, because I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna bring my CPAP machine, climb some of those mountains.
I'm not skinny either, dude. I was 400 pounds. I've lost 175 pounds on all this, like going out hiking my ass off, looking for answers. It's been a very healing journey for me too, in a lot of ways, like finding out who I really am as I look for the truth. It's like part of the path of all these ancient petroglyphs that I go explore is meant to be a path of initiation that pushes you on your evolution.
So you're not
become
going
who you are. Like,
so you're not going out to these places like some like punk, like, yeah, what's up, what y'all got? You're really like you truly are going there with the reverence of the just the land and the natives, and it all kind of comes back to the natives, and how the fuck we got Indians, UFOs, ghosts, fucking. I haven't even got to the fucking portal talk.
Yeah.
Like, you got all this stuff going on there. What are the main spots that, like, what's the main, like, all right, Mike.
I would take you to Mount Wilson Ranch for
hold
sure.
On, hold on. Let me slow down. Go ahead. All right. Where else?
Go to Mount Wilson Ranch
all
first,
right.
because
hell yeah. Slumber party.
Start off slow there. All right.
Starting
easy.
Get my date some little roses from Mount Wilson Ranch.
Get the skinwalkers warmed up a little.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, because you can stay there. There's rooms, the saloon, and all that. It's a very positive place to do it. Just like accommodating.
Like
They're
I
not
said,
going to run you off with machine guns or anything.
I love it because everything I've seen of you and Jeff, like, y'all just have this like cool natural chemistry that you've been united together somehow by the journey of the truth of what all this is, and he just seems like a dude who likes to have fun. Y'all probably smoking a little wacky tobacco up there, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, when the work's done, we have
that alien fucking grass.
Sometimes the best part of the day is after it's over and you're back on the saloon hanging out. Yeah, for sure. We have lots of cool groups come up there, like cannabis companies and everything, because it's Nevada. It's a friendly place for all kinds of misfits. And
so, like, out of the ranches, though, like, I must confess, Skinwalker Ranch will always be my first.
You gotta go there.
My first love, but Skinwalker Ranch doesn't have the infrastructure. I mean, y'all got like a whole fucking bar, saloon. It looks like a Western movie was filmed there.
Yeah, like 25 people can come and stay there, and everybody has a bed. Plus, you can camp, bring RVs.
It's the sausage castle, but y'all have got way more cooler shit going on.
I don't know. I haven't been here with too much crazy stuff.
I need to go there, and I'm gonna hopefully entice one of these skinwalkers to come back here. We need some more street cred, because like shit, like that's fucking crazy, man. You've been telling me a lot of things. Obviously, I've already heard of and I have knowledge of, but for those who don't eat, breathe, and sleep this shit like yourself and me, I'm like an amateur. You're a pro. I definitely am super enticed to all this, and it comes, all this stuff happening has come at a time to where, like, right in the beginning of COVID, there was an Israeli space security chief. He's like fucking, I think he's like almost in his 80s or something. Almost, he's up there, and either he's going batshit crazy or he's telling us something that is so fucking crazy. And for those who don't know, this isn't like, oh, fucking The Onion, or this isn't like TMZ. This guy,
the Israeli Minister of Defense,
had interviewed with an Israeli newspaper, and I guess it took a little time, and then they finally translated the Hebrew into English. And he's basically saying that not only are we alone, they are amongst us. And not only are amongst us, there is a galactic federation. There's an agreement with multiple countries. Basically, hey, man, keep this shit on the low. And he's claiming that Donald Trump knows about it. He is also claiming that that's the reason why Donald Trump brought forth the Space Force. He's also claiming that not only are they here, but they are advising us, and we have our own people, our humans, and them are living in an underground base on Mars. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Some underground shit. Hopefully there's that
moon.
hopefully that 3-titty
And the
chick
moon.
from Total Recall is there, because I'm trying to find out.
Yeah, 3 titties.
I'm trying to find out where that 3-titty bitch is from the Total Recall. Hopefully she's up there in the moon. And his name is Hamad Hashid. I'm not very Hebrew. It probably sounds like, but this guy's legit. Like, this dude has no track record of going crazy, and he's, I guess, waited this long because he wanted. He said that he was afraid that they would institutionalize him.
Yeah.
And he's blowing the lid off all this. And then you also have Trump putting in some of this COVID relief bills, like 5,000 pages, but somewhere snuck in there is that the United States government has to disclose the truth and everything we know about aliens and UFOs and UAPs. So you got a guy who's like, yo, tell these motherfuckers, but then I've seen some things from him. He hasn't he's just kind of like plays it off. So I'm like, either A, he ain't snitching on the Galactic Federation, or I don't know. But this guy, this Israeli guy, was a professor of aeronautical engineering. So this isn't like some fucking. He wasn't working the mess hall over there at Israel. Like, this guy is a highly renowned dude that doesn't, I don't know. And this is something y'all can go look up on if you've made it almost 4 hours into this podcast. You can go look. This is ABC News, NBC. We're talking. I don't know. A lot of people speculate, including myself, that why is the topics of UFOs and aliens and all that stuff, why is it so more mainstream now? Is it because, as they say, they want to divert attention from other things? Do they feel like we know? Because one of the things that he said, the Israeli space security chief, was that they didn't want us to know about them and their existence until we're ready. Yeah. That we haven't evolved, and that we're not. And this is the part that fucks me up out of all of it. The base on Mars, underground, and the moon, all that, none of that stuff phases me as much as this. They say that we're not ready to understand what space is. Right. And I'm like, fuck. No. That's the part that really like keeps me up at night. Like, what is it? Like, and you've heard of this. I'm sure you heard this story and everything. What's your take on that?
Part of it, to me, having a little bit of a grasp of what the universe really could be, or what space really could be, is, to me, fundamental to how the whole meditation process and protocol that I use works. Like, I have to look at reality less like we're on a planet spinning through space, and more like we're on a giant universal hard drive. So, like, imagine that you have a solid state drive, or like a big hard drive that has every single song, every single video game, every movie, like an iPod, right? But it contains every possible thing that could happen in the universe all at once. And that basically, to me, is what the universe is, which means that even though we're sitting here right now and I'm on the linear timeline of Carl and you're Mike Busey, and we're playing out this linear path, we're doing that just like a needle on the record player, parallel to every other groove on the record and every other song on the hard drive and every other movie playing and every other thing that could happen, which we would call the multiverse or parallel dimensions. So while we're sitting here living our normal lives, just outside of our field of view, like, we can only see the colors of the rainbow. Like, our visual spectrum is literally limited to only seeing those specific colors. And then we go blind. We can't see into the infrared. We can't see into the ultraviolet or beyond that. And you can only hear a certain range of decibels of
like
sound.
When you have like a dog that can only hear a dog whistle, humans don't hear it.
Yes.
I'm super hip to that. So
that leaves huge blind spots for all these other things to exist and these other realms of reality to have room. Like, and it's not that they're not there, it's that we just can't perceive them because it's more advantageous for us evolutionarily to be blind to all that stuff. Like in the same way, like if you take a bite of food, if you had to mentally think of how digestion works and how your body's going to break the food down and where every particle of protein should go in your body, you would die because you can't just sit there and think about your digestion all day. So that all just gets put into a blind spot and becomes an autonomous function. So most of our existence runs like that. We just take it for granted. And when you realize that our whole experience in the universe and reality is like that, we just take what we're seeing and experiencing as that's all there is. This is physical reality. But physics and physical sciences only deals with that physical reality. It doesn't even deal with the non-physical thoughts and emotions and imaginations and dreams and all these other psychic realms and non-physical realms that are there right alongside of us that might actually be physical. They're just in our blind spot. They're on another spot on the hard drive. Like if you're playing Grand Theft Auto, but you've also got Red Dead Redemption and Skyrim saved on there, imagine if those games kind of bleed together. If there's a spot on Skyrim that you could go on the mountain and see some of Red Dead Redemption, that might be what Skinwalker Ranch kind of is.
One of the most fascinating things that like keeps me just dialed in, it's not the Skinwalker, it's not the fucking UFOs, it's not the crazy energies, it's none of that. It's that motherfucking portal.
Yes.
So there's an area on Skinwalker Ranch that they call the Triangle.
Yes.
And allegedly 31 feet-ish above the Triangle, there is something there. They've done all kinds of LiDAR detection. They've done all kinds of readings. Imagine if you saw like the beginning of like a tornado or something, like a vortex, like a weird kind of.
I know a lot more about that.
Well, I'll tell you what I know, and then you
Yeah.
tell me what you know, because obviously you got a better grasp on this. So, from what I've seen on the show and what little I've talked with the owner, because sometimes he'll be very frank with me about some things, and a lot of things I don't feel comfortable with sharing, and some of our buddies that have worked out there. And it seems that there's some type of a visible void in the sky that is parallel with some type of a ceremonial ground that looks like as if the rocks are in the shape of a portal.
Yep.
As if that's like the base of it or something, and it's the geographic lines up, and they have flown helicopters where it like wouldn't get into that space. They've dropped tracking devices where it kind of just basically bounced out. They've shot a flamethrower into where the portal read, and it split in half. They shot lasers that bounced back.
That refracted off.
Yep. They have shot rockets that have malfunctioned, like model rockets, high power ones. They've seen them bounce. That's bounced off. They have tested and poked at this area that just blows my mind. And upon doing these things, they have seen tons of UAPs, UFOs, whatever you want to call it, to where it's like they're triggering something.
Yep.
It's as if something knows, hey, motherfucker, chill out. You don't want to fuck with this. And it kind of like, I've seen multiple astronomers come out with big deal, giant telescopes that weren't requiring Wi-Fi or anything. They were projected into the direction of the portal and the triangle, and they all malfunction. I've seen batteries die. I've seen motherfuckers fall down, getting some type of radioactive like headache.
Yep.
And then as soon as they go into like a missile or like a silo for corn or livestock, it was able to like block it, so they instantly felt good. So some type of projected manipulation of weaponry or something is like watching and observing them, whether it's the government or some fucking alien or some presence of, I don't know. What the fuck is the portal, my friend?
So there's like what I would say is a gravitational anomaly, like a sphere. And what you're seeing, I think, this is personally from what I've seen, there is some of this that there's some stuff that I've seen at the Skinwalker Ranch, like in the headquarters, and I've been allowed to see and told that that I've promised I won't talk about. But when you see what looks like a pillar coming out of the ground and then a sphere above it, or like a saucer shaped thing, there's a greater, like a toroidal, a donut shape of energy involved in that. And what we're seeing is just the core. So it's like it's really hard to describe, but it's like a big energy donut, like two poles of a battery that, like when you see those images of like how the magnetic field
circuit.
Of how that, like how a battery works with the positive and negative. It's like a giant one of those that is just there, and when they try to interact with it, the phenomena seems to respond. But you're right. Like, how do we know if it's not some technology that they buried, experimenting, to spoof us or to fake people or whatever, or if it is like really other entities or whatever.
In early seasons of Skinwalker Ranch, they were putting like rods in the ground, and it was conducting electricity.
Yep.
They had devices that had no batteries. Another thing that I've never seen done, which kind of like got me like, whoa, what the fuck? Multiple iPhones would like open up thousands of different programs at
Caleb's
once. Like
phone would go crazy.
A crazy, like, it looked like what you see like the Matrix with the falling like coding, and it's speaking in different languages. Camera people putting in brand new batteries, instantly dying. Heavy equipment just dying.
Yes.
Drilling into the mesa, malfunctioning, coming up with metamaterials that they had found synonymous with things that coded like the shuttle from reentry, from burning up. All kinds of weird shit going on. Why do you think they asked you not to say anything? It's because you think they know what it is?
Well,
or they have
some
to
of
like
it is because
test?
like if I come out and make a claim, or if I speak off of base because I just heard in a short amount of time and I say it wrong, then those are the guys like then Eric and Travis and Brandon have to go online and defend that on podcasts. Like I've even posted videos of me like a couple of years ago when I was up there with the Skinwalker Ranch team, and we went like in these underground caves and aquifers looking for stuff. And because I posted it recently, people started messaging them like crazy, like, you found the entrance, you found a cave, because they saw my videos. And then all those guys started getting a bunch of million questions, like they had found some cave at Skinwalker. So they all had to explain, no, this was like a secret thing we did with Carl on the side that wasn't part of the TV show. Like we went on this little Goonies adventure near Skinwalker. So people just jump to conclusions. If I say more, like, well, I'll say what I know, like to an extent. Like I know that the stones up on the top of the mesa that are in the spiral, that's like a type of very ancient megalithic Stonehenge up there. And one of my good friends, Chris, is archaeologist, is now helping work on that and go and look at it. But some of that is stuff that I helped find, and some of the petroglyphs and the idea of doing, it's called geomancy. It's an indigenous method of gathering stones and placing them in geometric shapes and then using your mind to interface with that, almost like an icon or a symbol to make contact with the phenomena. And it's a part of what I think, like Stonehenge and all the ancient pyramids, all these false doorways and everything, these magical systems of contact with these other realms and phenomena, and all of that shit is at Skinwalker Ranch right there, and it's definitely at Mount Wilson Ranch. And if UFOs don't fit into that, or the paranormal and this type of stuff, then a lot of times, like for me, I was just existing in my little Mormon kid pattern, and then the phenomena came and completely disrupted my pattern against my will, me and my friend, and then ongoing for me, you know. So whether I wanted to continue on being like a normal kid or not, I always had this huge unreconciled problem with experiences in my life and growing up with all the, you know, being taken in weird shit. And so I had to try and, you know, figure all that out and have it make sense for me, coming out of the religion, coming out of this. And like that involves tearing apart totally baked in, deep rooted patterns all the way into your belief in God and your belief in like what even the reality is and who you are and what it means to die and where we're going after death and all that stuff. And all of that, this phenomena puts on the table and forces you to deal with, especially if it picks you, you know, if it chooses you and it disrupts your pattern for you, you don't have a choice. And that's the whole contactee experience. That's the whole abductee experience, is that you're living your normal life as an innocent human being, and that gets disrupted and you're thrown out of pattern. And it can, if you're not stable to piece it together, it can totally screw your life up. And I think as a humanity, people have to be, you know, eager for that change. We have to want to evolve. We have to want to see into the portal or have that desire to go, you know, find the answers and look in the dark corner and see what's really there. And most people would rather just wake up and go get their Starbucks, you know,
as they call the, you know, the Matrix or the simulation, the non-playable character, the NPC.
Guys like us are always non-conformists. We're the ones trying to like stick in the hack codes or clip out and find the secret back rooms in the games. And you're all, you know, you probably did all that too.
So yeah, oh yeah. I was definitely trying to find the fucking whistle for the warp zone and trying to figure out how to get extra men and how to get small firepower on Mario 1 and all these little like cool things that I looked at what I saw, the two-dimensional world, and I tried to be like, well, this is a creation from a creator, and if there's something outside of that, then there must be something beyond that and beyond that and beyond that. So I'm constantly trying to struggle with comprehending what this entire existence is and what life is. Yeah. And I'm pretty knowledgeable in the Bible, and there's a lot of things in there that I never knew until maybe the last 5 years. I'm like, hold on, what? All these banned books, a book about fucking giants and angels fucking humans and all these crazy, sounds like mythical shit.
All those Billy Carson tablets. He talks about emerald tablets and the Enuma Elish. Those are the like
Samaritan tablets, and like it's trying to say, all right, you know, these this is like the first, you know, communicative written things from humans, and every couple months I feel like, oh, they found a new fucking new temple in the Amazon. Now it's like humanity has a problem with trying to figure out what just really happened a week ago. Yeah. So how the fuck are we supposed to figure out what happened thousands and thousands of years ago? So I really feel like a lot of these people are just shooting in the dark, and I'm always trying to connect the dots, like the human soul, spirit, whatever you have. I'm trying to figure out what is my existence. Is like, I feel like you have to be really, really negative if you don't think that there isn't a creator, or let's just say this is a simulation. I think I call him the programmer. And the program, we talked about this, so I'll touch on this for a second. if God is the programmer and it's a giant code and this and that, I recently stumbled across a theory that I kind of just came up with when I was talking to some of my bros, and I said, what if sin as we know it, murder, lying, yada, 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 what if sin is frowned upon and that has been forced upon by governments and religions because it's a disruption in the simulation?
Yeah.
So if I tell you, hey, man, I'll be here tomorrow, and you're like, cool. So I'm kind of like manipulating your coding and your script by telling you, hey, you'll be here I'll be here tomorrow.
Yeah.
So you base your script and your coding of your life, of your existence on that. And I'm manipulating the coding, and it is.
You're now a virus in the system.
I'm a cheat code. Or if I say, hey, I'm going to go murder this guy because I know that he's my boss and he's going to fire me, or I get his job, or it's a manipulation in the simulation. If this all is, I've heard things where they say that there's coding in the blood and the DNA and all these crazy things that are hard to even fathom. What's your take on that?
Yeah, I think like every ancient tradition and like Buddhism and then even in Hinduism and all that, the concept of karma in a lot of ways is considered like that. Like there's always a universal balance and an equilibrium to everything. And that doesn't mean that there's never going to be anything good or bad that happens. It just means that there is a reflex every time something happens. So like if you really push into this darkness or negativity or whatever, the reflex is that negative karma that basically pushes you back. Bad shit happened to you. It's just like, that's going to come back on you, like that whole thing, like that energy that you put out with your intentions, the universe is watching and wants to seek that equilibrium somehow in this cosmic way. And one way or another is going to get it even, and that's the same if you think you're doing awesome and your ego gets big. It's like, and you're like, oh, I got that job, or I got that seat in the class that I wanted, or whatever. And it doesn't even occur to you that you're taking other people's spots, and maybe you're not the best person for that spot, and all these other things. So when you think you're doing awesome, you might be screwing everything up. And like that has a backlash too. So whether you look at it from a religious perspective or through like sin and good and evil, I think even these esoteric teachings that don't even talk about God talk about the law of reflex and the law of equilibrium and all of that. Like there's a lot of those ancient Egyptian teachings and Hindu teachings and everything that talk about that, these cosmic balancing forces that are just supreme balancing forces that want to seek Zen and peace and harmony. And we're just constantly fighting against that, like going all over in the matrix, learning our lessons the hard way,
We barely scratched the surface on probably what you've experienced and what you've learned and what you continue to. And myself, I have plenty of theories and ideas, and I feel that it's been a pleasure to talk with you, and I look forward to continuing our talks and our hangs and seeing you at another time. I look forward to adventuring with you into these lands that you speak of that I so desperately want to experience myself as a fellow truth seeker. And man, I can't thank you enough for coming out here, sitting with me. It's like day 3 you've been here.
Yeah.
And we've already expanded our consciousness to so many crazy levels. What's next? What's next for Carl Crusher? What do you got going on? What do you think your mission is? What would you like to tell the world, and what would you like to do?
I'm continuing on this path. I'm committed with Jeff at Mount Wilson Ranch to get to the bottom of what's underground there, and all of those mysteries of the phenomenon, following that through, not just even with when the Beyond Skinwalker Ranch show comes out this June. So I'm really pushing to create awareness around that so that people can see what we did and the evidence that we gathered with the Beyond Skinwalker team. But until then, like, I post almost every day on my YouTube, multiple times a week on my.
Where can we
on my
find you
Patreon.
on Instagram?
It's all Carl Crusher. So I'm just
Carl Crusher
my
across
real
the board.
yeah my real last name is Andreasen, but nobody can remember that or spell it. And so Crusher was like my comic book character I used to draw as a kid. So like WWE, I was like, I'll just go with that. And so I just picked that name.
You just went to a UFO expert generator website and just said, just spit out Carl Crusher.
At first, when I rebranded my channel, I wasn't sure if I was still going to do like remote control car stuff or other things, and then I ended up just going down this path,
So they can follow you on Instagram, YouTube. They can subscribe to your Patreon.
It's all Carl Crusher.
And what kind of cool stuff you got going on there?
Yes.
On the Patreon.
So on the Patreon, all the behind the scenes stuff from the filming of the TV show, I put out there first before anybody else gets to see it, even before the show comes out or before my YouTube and everything, because they're like paying us subscribers to be there and see it. Even interacting with me, they can even come to Mount Wilson and pay for me to come and show them all the spots and take them around, take them in the caves.
If you're hearing the sound of my voice, you don't have to be Mike Busey or some crazy guy or even spend a shitload of money. They can contact you via your social medias, and if they wanted to go experience something or see something that we've talked about the last 5 hours, you will personally take them there on an expedition, and for a small price, you can have a life-changing experience.
Yeah,
that's pretty fucking cool.
Yeah, that's what Jeff and I wanted to do different, because part of the problem with like Brandon Fugal and the heat that he gets is that there's gates there and armed guards. You're not allowed to go see for yourself, so you just again have to take their word for it. And Jeff wanted to flip all that on his head. And he's like, if people sign the waivers and they're willing to put up with what happens, like anybody that wants to come and see for themselves can come.
I can't wait to read that waiver. Warning, you may get fucked by an alien. Warning, you may get fucking radioactive poisoning. Warning, you may get fucking teleported into another dimension.
Pretty much.
I feel like I don't think there's an intergalactic lawyer yet. They have maritime law for lawyers that practice stuff in these oceanic areas that aren't claimed necessarily by a country. But Miguel, can we get on an intergalactic law firm? Can we be the first ones to be the lawyer in outer space? Morgan and Morgan for the people and for the fucking cosmonauts, aliens, and fucking Jabba the Hutts in a galaxy near you. Is there one last little bit of something that you haven't shared that you could leave us? Just can you ejaculate right on our fucking humanoid faces one little bit of something that you maybe not touched on that maybe you can somewhat allude to that will just fucking blow our minds and make us fucking immediately just start driving to goddamn Mount Wilson and Skinwalker Ranch and show up butt naked like the guy that killed himself? You had a guy show up butt ass naked at the Mesa.
Magic Mesa, yeah. Yeah, there's a death at the Magic Mesa, like a weird unexplained one.
He was like down on his knees.
Down on his knees like he was begging for something and like froze to death in the bushes down there. Yeah. Weird shit. Yeah. So that's not the last message I want to leave.
But is there something other than the dude that just completely lost it and went butt ass naked and God knows what happened to him? Maybe he saw something. Maybe something happened to him. Yeah, I don't know. Is there something that we've flirted with that or that you've experienced? And you've already told us a lot. Yeah. Can you leave us with one little fucking thing that just gonna like get our hot horny throats fucking so wet we just can't handle it?
The secret to disclosure is inside of you. It has to do with your awareness and consciousness. Every experience that I've had, even in these locations, there can even be people there in the group with you that don't even experience the same thing because they're just too patterned in their day-to-day life. And it's not that you're open-minded to where you're just like, oh, delusional and buying in and gullible to whatever. I'm saying that when I say that the key to all this is consciousness, is that the phenomena communicates non-verbally, and it's through what we would consider intuition and synchronicities and coincidences and these strange things, more of a subtle form of communication that I think would often be interpreted as like spiritual. And I think understanding yourself and your own mindfulness, paying attention to your own thoughts in your head and that patterning, and starting to question that and pay close attention to that, you become more aware of all those blind spots. And as a result, when you start to look at how limited your field of vision is and start trying to expand that through meditation and through awareness and or different methods, whatever works for you, that if you have questions about this kind of stuff, or if you're doubting it or you think it's dumb or whatever, just go sit out in your backyard, get into some of this stuff, and focus on your way of seeing and your way of hearing and thinking and paying attention to reality around you. And it's like changing the dial on a radio station over to other frequencies and picking up these other signals and other things.
It's out there, but
It's there.
some of us or most of us may not be on the right channel.
Correct. So literally you might be on 101.5 and the phenomenon is just over on 102 and you just haven't looked. And, you know, so if you're experiencing things or have questions, or if you've dealt with any of the things like stories I've told, things that have happened to me, look into those for your tools. That's what helped me face the phenomena and these experiences, helped me deal with my fear, and it's what allows me to go into the dark caves and my intention set, and like I know what I'm doing. I'm supposed to be there rather than going in there, you know, like Ernest Scared Stupid or something. You know,
some fucking TikToker is gonna listen to this shit and he's gonna drive out there, just try to find a fucking cave to walk up in there. But luckily, if he's listened to the last 5.5 hours, he probably learned something, and hopefully something about himself and how to expand his consciousness.
Yeah.
And to know that it's probably a very ridiculous notion to think we are alone. There's so much more to our existence and the universe and time, space, and everything in between, that if we seek it and we go after the truth, we can't ever find it if we don't look for it.
Yeah.
And I think that's the beautiful thing about humanity, our desire to explore and to see the great beyond. And you, my friend, are definitely doing that. And it's been a pleasure to have you here at my home. And thank you so much for sitting down with me. Thank you to Chris and Miguel. We're about 5 hours and 25 minutes exactly into this.
Man.
And time flies when you're talking about this shit. I could talk about this for another 5.5 hours.
Yeah.
But I'd love to have you back. Everyone, go check out Carl Crusher. Go follow him on Instagram, YouTube. Go subscribe to his Patreon. Hit him up if you want to go visit the very places that we've spoke about. And me and him will be venturing off into the wild. He will be taking my obese ass into places I should not be. And I am there ready with an open mind and an open spirit. I am ready to experience these things that just keep me up at night. I honestly can't even imagine not doing this. I have to do this.
It's going to happen.
And I'm excited, and it's been awesome talking with you, man. So I'm Mike Busey on behalf of the Mike Busey Show podcast.
I'm Carl Crusher.
Thank you so much, my friend.
Thank you.
It's been a
pleasure.
Oh, hold on, let me do that
We got to do
secret.
this. You got to do the pinkies on the palm right there. And
There.
That's it.
And then here, and
This is
then
that one.
like
This
whatever
one,
that.
this one.
See, hey, there it is, folks.
There it
Ladies
is.
and gentlemen, that's a wrap, and that's how you fucking mind blow some motherfuckers.
That's it. Right?
Give it up for Carl Crusher.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you, brother.
Appreciate you. This was awesome.
Congratulations, motherfucker! You have successfully listened to the entire episode. And I know what you're thinking. Damn, I need more. I want more down my fucking hot, horny throat. And you deserve it. And you also deserve to get yourself a train horn kit so you can blast the shit out of people. I mean, shit, it might even save your life. It's definitely saved my life a few fucking times. Go to hornblasters.com, use the promo code Busey, get yourself one of the finest train horns money can buy. By doing that, you're supporting a small business of a good friend of mine and a guy who loves everything we're doing. So supporting hornblasters.com is supporting your goddamn habit to this goddamn podcast. So go buy some goddamn shit and use the promo code Busey. I love you.
Welcome to the Sausage Castle, the wildest home in America. A private 80-acre estate located only minutes from Walt Disney World just outside of Orlando, Florida. The home of the party legend and self-made entertainment entrepreneur Mike Busey, who has hosted the wildest and craziest parties and events for the last 20 plus years. You have seen us featured on Netflix, TMZ, MTV, Vice, and much more. A second home to many of the biggest entertainers, athletes, and rock stars in the business. You never know who will show up. A place to play, work, and create. Countless movies, TV shows, and music videos have been produced and filmed at the Sausage Castle. This 80-acre entertainment complex has anything and everything you could imagine. Endless fun and wild activities to enjoy. This is the ultimate Florida experience, and it's always a good vibe. It's like an adult summer camp where the pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness is alive and well. Come experience it yourself. Become a member of MikeBusey.com.